So if people are ready to go, we've got quorum in the room. I'll give you a minute to settle in. Good morning. A hush fell over the room. No? Okay, members, we have quorum present, so let's begin. Good morning. My name is Gord Perks. I'm the chair of Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 7 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at Toronto/Council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to assist with motions. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of September 28th. Councillor Matlow, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Let's proceed with the agenda review. Okay, so PH 7.1, Housing Now, 140 Merton. There are deputants, we'll hold that. PH 7.2, Review of Zoning Regulations for Outdoor Patios on Private Property. There are speakers, but members also, if you wish, there's a presentation available. Is there anyone who needs that presentation? No? Okay, so we can dispense with that. Congratulations, city staff. Nice work for you. Oh, Councillor Myers, sorry.
I would like to present.
Okay, Councillor Myers would like the presentation, so we'll do that. I congratulated you too soon. PH 7.3, city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments for the Ontario line. That's a timed item for 9:45. PH 7.4, 2 and 8 Union Street, St. Clair-Old Weston SmartTrack GO Station. That's time for 10:15. PH 7.5, Housing Now, the Parkdale Hub. Two notes on that. There are speakers, so we'll hold it, but also members, I'm going to propose that we consider item 11, which is the heritage report on the same property at the same time. Any objections to that? Seeing none, so we'll do that. Item PH 7.6, Concept to Keys, Priority Development Review Stream Dashboard. We have a deputant. PH 7.7, City Comments on Provincial Bill 134, Proposed Definition of Affordable Rental Unit. I don't believe I have any deputants on that. No, I do not. There is a supplementary report also, members. Does anyone wish to hold this? No? Okay, if that's the case, I'll move the supplementary report. give you a moment just to review that. Any questions or need to speak on this? 7.7, comments on Bill 134. This is the definition of affordability. Are we okay? Councillor Fletcher, are we okay to move this one? Okay, so I've moved the supplementary. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And that replaces the recommendation to receive, so that's all we need to do there. .8, the recommended framework for community infrastructure and housing accelerator. We have a deputant or deputants. 7.9, exploring the potential for office conversions and affordable housing in downtown Toronto. We don't have a deputant, but Councillor Thompson, you're going to hold. Thank you. Yeah, on behalf of Councillor Bradford, thank you so much. Item 7.10, Our Plan Toronto, recommendations on the East Harbour Employment Area Conversion Request. That's in Ward 14. Do we need to hold that?
Yes, please. And can you hold
we'll
number
hold that.
3 if you're not holding it too as well, please? Thanks. Do those together later.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor.
Sorry, could you hold number 3 and do them both together later when you get to that? Thank you. If you've passed it already, I don't know.
One moment. We've already held 7.3.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. 11 we're considering as part of number 5. Item PH 712, 570 to 576 Sherbourne Street in 37 Linden Street and 29 Linden Street. Notion of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that? No? I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 7.13, area-specific amendments to the sign bylaw, 195 Galaxy Boulevard. There's a deputant. Item 7.14, area-specific amendments to the sign bylaw, 2075 Lawrence Avenue East. Hold. Councillor Thompson's holding? Yep. Item 7.15, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw, 2378 through 2410 Eglinton Avenue East. Hold. Councillor Thompson's holding that. Item 7.16, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw, 496 Evans Avenue. I'll just move the staff recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 7.17, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw, 82 Queen Elizabeth Boulevard. I'll move the staff recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Look at that, 2 signs without debate. Okay, and now we have some new items to introduce. Okay, members, I'd like to introduce a new piece of new business, which I guess will be numbered 7.18. It's a letter from me for a request for review of signs site-specific amendment process. I'll put that on the agenda so that you have an opportunity to review it. Are there any other?
All those in favor of adding new business?
All in favor of adding new business? Opposed, if any? That carries.
19 is the staff report. Once you approve the consent.
Yes. We also need to introduce 7.19, city preliminary comments on Bill 131, Schedule 2, Proposed GO Transit Station Funding Act. I'll move introduction. All those in favor of introducing? Opposed, if any? That carries, and we'll leave that on the agenda to give you an opportunity to review it. Are there any others? No? Okay, that's it. So we now go to item 7.1. Housing Now, 140 Merton Street, zoning bylaw amendment decision report for approval. I have a number of deputants listed. First, Aaron Ginsberg. Good morning, Aaron. Make yourself comfortable, and when you're ready to begin, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you so much, Chair Perks, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to come here. My name is Aaron Ginsberg. I'm the president of the board of directors at Metro Toronto Condominium Corporation 1311, which is a fancy way of saying the board, the president of the board at 35 Merton. So this is our neighborhood. This is our street. And I wanted to come first and foremost to urge the committee to approve this project. It's a great project. It will do great things for the neighborhood, and I want to encourage the committee to approve it. I also wanted to come to talk about the process, and this is more as an individual than on behalf of my board, but as you know, this project originally came forward at 18 stories. It's now in front of you at 29 stories. And while that is a welcome improvement, it is interesting to note that last week, Toronto and East York Community Council passed TE 8.2, 214 to 224 Merton Street. That was approved at 40 stories. So this is a private developer asking for above the secondary plan allowance. They were allowed to get 40 stories. The city, in its wisdom, has decided to only ask for 29 here. And I think that discrepancy between what the secondary plan says, because I believe the height here is compliant with the provincially imposed secondary plan in the area, the city is in a habit of asking for just what the secondary plan allows, because that's good planning, and I appreciate that. But I know Mayor Chow's ambitious agenda for next week at Executive to build 65,000 new affordable homes. We can't be losing units if we're going to achieve that goal. And that's the concern that I have here. When a private developer comes forward and says, hey, can I get a few extra floors? Reasonably, the city says, okay, it makes sense in the context. Your site's big enough. That makes sense for 40 stories. We're going to allow it. But when we have a public project like this one, we say, oh, no, let's drive the speed limit on this. And I think that's a very poor way to get to 65,000 units. And if that's our goal here, is to get as many affordable units as we possibly can, we can't be cutting ourselves off just because we introduced a secondary plan and it says that it should be a certain height. So I would encourage members of staff, members of this committee, when you're looking at future Housing Now sites, because that's what you have in front of you, you know you're going to have to do rezonings on several sites. Don't think of it as, okay, what is the maximum allowed in the secondary plan? That's what we're going to go for. Think of it as, okay, I've got this in front of the OLT. It's a day before the council meeting, before the OLT is going to meet and hear this item, this appeal. What would be the maximum city staff and the councilor's office would feel comfortable agreeing to at that point? Take that number, whatever the density is in terms of height, in terms of unit count, whatever that number is, that you would agree to at the last minute as a concession to a developer at the OLT. Take that number and let that be your guideline when you come here. These are city properties. No one else is going to appeal these. These are your properties that you're rezoning. Take the time to figure out what that number is and move forward with that. This project went from 18 stories to 29 stories. It went from 180 units to 294 units. That's 11 stories. If we go to 40, that's 114 more units that we left on the table in this project because the secondary plan, which council didn't even support, says that it should be 29 stories. That seems like an arbitrary reason to do that, especially when secondary plan says it should get shorter as it goes to Mount Pleasant. So 140 is a few doors west of 214, 224. So the building at 214 should actually be shorter than 140. But in spite of that, that's what council approved. I don't have a problem with the endorsement last week of the site at 214, 224. But I think it's a problem when we cut off our own nose to spite our face here. We need as many units as we can get, and I would encourage council and staff, as the next few housing now projects come forward, to take that approach, be ambitious, and again, take that, pretend you're going to the OLT, and this is what are we absolutely willing to give up? Because that should be your approach on these sites. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you taking the time this morning.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, I have listed Colleen Bailey. Colleen, are you online with us?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Colleen, welcome. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thanks so much. I'm a resident at Yonge and Eglinton, and I'm also a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto, a volunteer-only pro-housing advocacy group. I'm here today to speak in support of this rezoning for 140 Merton Street. This development is important. It will provide 294 new rental homes, at least 94 of which will be affordable, and it will provide much needed housing for seniors. It will also be Toronto's first Indigenous-led Housing Now project. As one of several More Neighbours volunteers at consultation in September and at several previous consultations, and I want to note that staff went above and beyond. They held a group Q&A, even though it was more intended to be an open house format. And afterward, staff, members of the Misnabi Cree First Nation, and their development partners answered all of our questions. And one thing that was really clear was that this height was needed to support the target level of affordability, the heritage component, and the community amenity space. This rezoning is needed to move the project forward. I also think that this is a great site. I live in the area and I regularly make use of the Beltline Trail and Mount Pleasant Cemetery recreation, and this is right next door to that. The 11 bus provides frequent service to Davisville Station, and it's the sort of mixed-use neighborhood that is always talked about aspirationally at this committee. There are buildings of all sorts, including restaurants and retail right on Merton, other residential apartments in the area, and this includes several seniors buildings in the area that will benefit from the return of Sprint Senior Care to the space and other community programming. There were a few earlier attempts to try to do more with less on this site, and that had the results that those attempts usually do. So I'm really glad that council decided to go back and revisit the zoning on this site so that it can move forward. I know that some residents were surprised at the increased height of this building since the previous iteration, but I support the new height and I support the affordability target that will be met as a result of it. To ensure that the proposal is not held up by appeals, I think it's worth the committee considering the use of tools like the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator that you'll be discussing later today. The 2018 Ontario Association of Architects report estimated that each month of delay on a 100-unit apartment building adds about $250,000 to the cost. And that was 2018, so before today's high interest rate environment. So in summary, please adopt the recommended bylaw, and I look forward to seeing these new homes soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Colleen, thank you so much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Joe Tom Sayers. Are you online with us? Is it Joe?
Just needs to unmute himself.
Joe, can you unmute yourself, please?
Seems like he's having some connection issues. Maybe we'll just tell him he'll come back to him.
Joe, it seems like you're having some issues. We'll come back to you a little bit later on. We'll just go to some of our other deputants for now. Mark Richardson. I don't see Mark, which is unusual. Mark must be double booked. Ray Sullivan. Ray, are you online with us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Ray. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can do so as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I've been asked to come here from the volunteers at Housing Now and give a little bit of the context around working with National Housing Strategy programs, some of the same dynamics that municipalities and housing practitioners are facing across the country. So my name is Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association. And we are the membership-based national association that represents community housing. And while our members are nonprofits and co-ops and public housing organizations, they are also municipalities, and the City of Toronto, in fact, is a member of CIHA as well. We have a strong representation of Indigenous housing practitioners among our membership. And within CIHA, there's an autonomous Indigenous caucus that supports both their interests and their advocacy. And I want to say right off the bat, this is exactly the kind of project that we need to see in every city across the country. Looking at it at a national level, 2017 National Housing Strategy was a big deal. You know, a large financial commitment from the federal government, a large return on behalf of the federal government to the community housing space, and a 10-year timeline. But there's been challenges with the National Housing Strategy. One, it's not 2017 anymore. So the economic conditions for developing housing have changed a lot in the past 5 years, and the National Housing Strategy hasn't yet caught up and adapted to those things. Second, and this is important, development needs predictability and stability. It's already risky with a lot of unknowns, so government support shouldn't add more risk and more unknowns. It takes years to bring a project from conception to completion. And for projects in the starting blocks right now, they need to know that the track isn't going to change before they reach the finish line. I'll give you a couple of examples of what I'm talking about at the federal level. CMHC offers a seed program for pre-development funding. Well, it's on and off again throughout the year. Sometimes applications are open, there's money available, sometimes they're not, and it's closed down. There's no predictability to that. The Rapid Housing Initiative, a successful program targeted toward deep affordability. You know, initially a one-off in a federal budget at $1 billion. Nobody knew if there's going to be a second round. Then there was a second round, but wait, no new applications are accepted. We're only going to go to the second tier that didn't make it in the first round. And then there was a third round, some of which is underway right now. Is there ever going to be a fourth round? How do you plan and how do you build stable projects based on that kind of on and off measure? The National Housing Co-Investment Fund, so sort of the flagship for community housing projects, initially provided up to 40% in grants and contributions. Then that dropped down to $25,000 capped per door. Now it's up to $75,000 per door, but only if you exceed all of the target criteria. These are not conditions that build a stable pipeline of community housing projects because that predictability isn't there. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not trying to throw CMHC under a bus here. Everyone that I've ever worked with there is as committed to more affordable housing as anyone around this table or myself is. The resources available to CMHC and how that funding is prioritized, those are government decisions made at a political level. And importantly for this committee, federal programs are not actually designed to work in isolation. Provincial and municipal contributions are necessary to make it work. So access to land, waiving property taxes, zoning changes, these are all necessary contributions to make a project work. So, we need to aim for doubling the supply of community housing across this country, and Indigenous-led urban housing projects have to be at the top of that list. Now, we can't always put all those pieces together at once, but every piece that you can contribute to the puzzle is an important thing to make it work. So thank you very much. I just wanted to provide some of that context, some of which is very relevant to this project in particular.
Ray, thank you so much. That was incredibly helpful. Are there any questions of the deputant? Ray, thank you so much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. I certainly listened closely. That takes us to the end of the list of registered deputants. Let's try again to see if Joe Tom Sayers is connected. Can you hear me, Joe Tom?
Oh, here we go. I'm online.
Hi.
Apologize for that. I'm actually coming in from Sault Ste. Marie today. I'm General Manager of the Miss and Abby Cree Business Corporation. on behalf of the Mississinapi Cree First Nation, who is the proponent in the 140 Merton Street project. I wanted to share just briefly some history. The community of Mississinapi Cree First Nation had signed a treaty in 1906 with the provincial and federal governments at the time, giving up their claim to certain territories within their traditional territories in exchange for a land base, which was never delivered. The community itself had submitted a treaty land entitlement claim in 1996, I believe, and was ultimately settled in 2018, where they actually got back about 15 square miles of the original territory as First Nation reserve, along with a cash settlement. Over those years, though, over 100 years that they were landless, they were further restricted from their hunting and fishing activities with the creation of the Chapleau Crown Game Preserve, and ultimately people had to start leaving the Mississinapi area to be able to make a living and raise their families. So they're rather unique compared with other First Nations. We actually deliver services to our community members through a hub network, which includes the GTA. And we do have a very fast growing population of Mississinapi Cree members in the GTA area. Each of those hubs, we are looking at what projects we could do as a business corporation and as a community to support our community members there. Some of the things that we did undertake in and around Mississinapi was to acquire some of the fishing camps, Island View Camp, Dog Lake Camp, as well as the former public school site. And the Anglican Church had graciously donated their site there to the community as well. We also acquired a deep water wharf and aggregate operation near the town of Wawa and the Mishpacotton Harbour on Lake Superior. And for our Thunder Bay hub, we actually recently purchased a property and building downtown Thunder Bay on Victoria Street to deliver services there. Likewise, here in Sault Ste. Marie, we own 3 buildings, which houses the band administration as well as the business corporation that I operate. We're also invested in the local cultural center, and we also have a long-term care project that's in development on Third Line in Sault Ste. Marie. In terms of our experience in housing in particular, we partner with 2 other First Nations, the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, Garden River First Nation, to acquire a former federal government building in the town of Belleville. We'll be actually having tenants as early as December of this year. The corporation that I operate, as I mentioned, we actually have 48 joint venture partnerships that are providing goods and services within the 2 gold mines near Duberville. Our board had instructed us in 2022 to diversify. So we actually created a company with a private firm out of Pickering, and we now deliver emergency management support and services to First Nations that are in crises, whether it's from climate change or social crises, and have to evacuate from their communities. We provide all the services necessary for that to happen. We also operate the very first Indigenous emergency operational center here in Sault Ste. Marie, providing a unified command approach to emergencies, logistics, as well as air service coordination. And we also build capacity. We've trained well over 300 First Nation people in incident management, as well as community support and security services. And some of the other things that we're involved with include researching unmarked burials at former residential school sites. And we're actively participating in the Winnipeg landfill operation to recover the remains of a missing murdered Indigenous women there. Specifically on the Merton Street project, we're at the stage where we're completing our site plan. We initiated that very recently. We're looking at construction to start in September 2024 with a completion date of 2026. And I have to say, within the last 30 seconds of my time allotted, that the city staff, housing secretariat has been nothing short of amazing and supportive to our community in this particular project. We look forward to working with Sprint, which is the senior services provider at the existing site. They will be a tenant in the new structure. We also have our partner, Ellis Dawn Community Builders, that have been very supportive of our project as well. And we're very excited to to launch that very soon. So I'll say thank you, miigwech, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Joe Tom, and thank you for all the work you've done on this project. Are there any questions? No? Thanks so much for being with us today. I see now that Mr. Richardson has arrived. Mark, come on up. You've got 5 minutes. You know the drill.
All right, good morning. I apologize for being late. I was across the street at the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association conference where Mayor Chow gave a very impassioned speech about what we should be doing for affordable housing. And I just want to speak to you today briefly, there we go, about some of the history of this site over the last 5 years at 140 Merton. I want to be explicitly clear. We support this site 100%. This site is fantastic. This site should have gone faster, and the city should have been more aggressive from the outset in delivering this site. From left to right on the screen in front of you here, you're going to see the different heights and massings that were proposed over the years for this site. So starting with the June 2019 numbers, the city proposed a 15-story building with 150 units. Our volunteers at Housing Now TO, a civic tech and open data program, looked at those numbers, looked at available affordable housing programs, and asked the eternal question, does it pencil? Does it make any financial sense for an affordable housing project at 15 stories on this site? The answer was an unequivocal no in June of 2019. In July of 2019, we came back and submitted to council an alternative vision with a more sensible and rational massing, which was 26 stories, 293 units. We were somewhat not welcome in our suggestions by certain members of staff and council. We were the barbarians at the gate. Midtown in Focus had just been overruled by Doug Ford, and anybody who thought additional height and density in Midtown was a thing was probably on Team Doug Ford. Our shirts are blue, but that's the only thing about us that agrees with Doug Ford. So the staff said maybe it needs a little bit more height. So a few months later, they came back at 18 stories, and it was 180 units. We've now waited 4 years to get where we are today. You have an Indigenous organization, you have Ellis Don, who are great people, community builders, people who know the math. And what have they shown up with today, 4 years later? 28 stories and 294 units. If we compare our proposal from 2019 to Ellis Don's proposal today and the Indigenous organizations, we're almost identical on heights. They're a little bit taller than us because the floor plate's a little bit different. But we're 293 units versus 294 units. We were within 4% on the GFA and the residential GFA. And the reason this matters, we're not here to dunk. We're here to say the mayor has an aggressive affordable housing program, 65,000 units of housing by 2030. You got 7.5 years or 6.5 years to do that. We can't waste years talking about 15 and 18-story buildings and wasting staff time and money and community consultations talking to the neighbors about buildings that are never going to get built. And it matters because it impacts the costs. We looked at the costs in 2019, if you'd have built that building then. We also adjusted those costs into 2023 dollars with the inflation difference. And now we look at the building today. So in 2019, you would have been building at about $553 a square foot for your hard and your soft costs. For now, that same building per square foot is $690 per square foot. So you're paying an additional 30 to 40%. The interest rate in 2019 was 0.5%, maybe 1%. Now it's 5% as of this morning. So the cost of servicing that loan to this Indigenous group is also higher. We're not here to dunk. We don't want to do that. We're here to say if there's a new sheriff in town in the mayor's office, We need everybody in this building, in every department, and over at Metro Hall and in all the agencies and divisions to get with the program and to drive these buildings by the math. Does it pencil? Does it scale? And how do we make these programs go faster? The way you've been doing this for the last 5 years on what was formerly the mayor's #1 housing program isn't good enough. This is like going to the gym. If I say I want to run a marathon as part of my New Year's resolution, or I want to lose 20 pounds, I need to change my day-to-day behavior. I need to change my diet. I need to change my exercise. I need to get more sleep. I need to get my reps in. Everybody in this building, you need to get your reps in on affordable housing. And you need to measure your success daily, weekly, monthly, not a couple of times a year. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes the listed speakers I have on this item. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? And to speak?
Good question.
Well, that was surprising. Oh, Councillor Myers?
Yes.
You have questions of staff?
I just have, yes, please. So my question is about the accessibility of the units. I understand that 20% of them will meet the CMHC's definition of accessibility, but I'm wondering about the remaining 80%. If staff could just sort of go into what universal design principles will be initiated in those buildings that maybe won't meet the full accessibility standard, but will still allow people to age in place and allow people to have visitors who use motorized vehicles, motorized scooters, sorry.
Through the speaker, through the chair. I'm Noah Slater. I'm the Director of Housing Development for the Housing Secretariat. The project is just entering the stage where the interior of the units and that level of detail will be designed in terms of every one of these units. The building is intended for senior housing and senior supportive housing, so it's really, to the councillor's point, it's really important that design address that use and allow people to age in place. So things like larger doors, blocking in washrooms to allow for grab bars and modifications, and to make sure that modifications going forward are less expensive. So those measures are in place to begin with is paramount to good planning and designing. And because of the use for seniors, I'm sure the design team will take that into consideration as the project moves forward over the next few months. And I'm happy to come back to the councillor's office and report on specific measures and details that are incorporated.
Thank you. So regarding the features that will be for the remaining 80% of units, can you confirm you expect implementing those features such as wider doors will in any way significantly delay them?
The end of that question got cut off, but I'm sure you were asking about delays or additional costs related to universal design features. That's a great question, and currently, as we've discussed, the Housing Secretariat has convened a working group to look at just that question of how to increase accessibility in city-led projects. And the group has turned its attention to establishing a set of low-cost, no-cost universal measures that can be rolled out against any unit that the city builds. And part of that process is testing those costs with the industry and with the developers who are part of that working group. There's a lot of information available on those types of low-cost, no-cost universal measures too, just from the industry, CMHC's Universal Design Guideline, which has a pricing exercise as well. So lots of industry information to draw from, and we're looking at that ourselves from inside the city.
Great. And finally, could you just briefly go over sort of the difference between a fully accessible unit and universal design?
That's a really great question, and I think there's a lot of confusion out there too about typologies of accessible units. There's lots of different language, visitable, accessible, fully accessible. Typically, fully accessible is a misnomer. There is no unit that can be, considered to be fully accessible for anybody's accommodation, for everybody's accommodations or needs. But so when we talk about accessible units, typically we're thinking about mobility issues, turning radii, larger units, clearing space, and larger clearance spaces. When we talk about universal design, we're talking about what's generally considered to be invisible features within a unit. You wouldn't necessarily look in a universally designed unit and think this has accessible features. It's part of the integration of the design. So things like blocking in the wall, slightly larger doors, as I've mentioned, selection of finishes for visual and impairments and sound attenuation. Those are the types of things you'd expect to see in a universal design unit versus an accessible one, let's call it.
Great. And just so I'm clear, the sort of low-cost features that you're working that could sort of just be implemented in any building, although they're being designed particularly because this will be a building for seniors, I'm guessing the hope is that they could be rolled out across our sort of housing now and affordable housing units that the city plans on building, that 65,000 number that's being referenced.
Yes, that is the intent.
Great. And do you have a timeline as to when you expect to be able to come out with something more concrete as sort of what these, for lack of a better term, universal design principles will be?
The working group that we've convened is reporting back to council in Q1 of 2024, and we hope to have at least a starter set of those measures to be incorporated into our design guidelines.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, anyone wish to speak? No, I'll just move the item then. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, members, next item is PH 7.2, review of zoning regulations for outdoor patios on private property. Staff have a presentation, which we'll do first, and then we'll hear the deputation. Everyone wants to talk to us. There we go.
Is this on? Test. Okay. Okay, so outdoor patios. Let's talk about that. So over the last 3 years,
could you just introduce yourself?
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm Caroline Samuel. I'm the manager of the zoning section in city planning, and I have Jamie Atkinson here as well, who is the planner who worked on outdoor patios as well. So over the last 3 years, in response to the pandemic, council approved temporary bylaws to expand permissions for outdoor patios on private property. So not to be confused with Cafe TO, which is on sidewalks or streets. This is on private property. And those temporary permissions will expire at the end of this year. So we undertook a review of patios on private property with the following objectives: to assist businesses with economic recovery during and after the pandemic, increase dining and socialization options, activate the public realm, and also to manage potential impacts on nearby properties and provide citywide as-of-right permissions in addition to a few continuing site-specific permissions. I just want to highlight that The recommendations are for citywide permissions, but if there is a site-specific or area-specific exception related to outdoor patios, that would prevail. So if there was a restaurant study, for example, that has more restrictive permissions or rules for patios, that would prevail. So there are two buckets of recommendations. One is to make the existing temporary permissions permanent. And the first is to permit the maximum size of an outdoor patio to be the greater of 50 square meters or 50% of the interior area of the patio of which it's combined with. Previously, that was 30%. In addition, we're also recommending to keep the permission permanently for the commercial local zone. So this is an area within neighborhoods, generally along major streets. We're also recommending to include permanent permissions for the industrial zone. And so the industrial zone has been permitted to have an outdoor patio to occupy the entire front yard. Parking lot patios. These have been really successful over the last 3 years, particularly in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough. Although the city did remove parking minimums last year, there still is the requirement that you cannot remove a lawfully existing parking space. So we still need this provision in the bylaw to permit an outdoor patio to take up a lawfully existing parking space. And then we have a second bucket of recommendations which are beyond what we did temporarily during the pandemic. The first one is to add the permission for an outdoor patio in the RAC zone. That's the residential apartment commercial zone. So these are what we think of as the Tower in the Park neighborhoods, apartment neighborhoods, where they do have permission to have some small scale retail or restaurants. So through our feedback and consultation, we thought it appropriate to also allow them to have a patio. But also for the parking, that it only take up 50% of the visitor parking spaces. And I should also highlight that for those parking lot patios, they're not permitted to take up any residential required parking spaces or accessible parking spaces citywide. In this zone, we're also recommending to maintain a 1.5 meter pedestrian walkway just to maintain accessible permissions consistent with other accessible permissions within the zoning bylaw and requirements. This is a new permission that we'd like to recommend as well, building on the success of Cafe TO, which did a pilot program for amplified live music, which was now adopted by council to be permitted permanently going forward. This was very successful. It had substantive positive benefits for businesses without excessive noise-related complaints. So we are recommending that this also be permitted on private patios to a maximum of 10% of the patio area and only on the first story. So the 10% ensures that it's ancillary to the patio use. It's an easily measured metric. We also consulted with the music office that confirmed that the majority of patios across the city would be able to accommodate entertainment within that 10%. And we're only recommending this in commercial zones. So in mixed-use zones, on main streets, some industrial areas that do have permissions for restaurants, but only on a major street. So we are not encouraging people to come into the interior of the employment area, only on the periphery. And also in some open space zones that also have permissions for restaurants. We are not recommending entertainment on patios in residential zones or apartment residential zones, so the neighborhoods zones, as well as that commercial local zone. These are quieter areas of the city where we don't expect to hear more noise or more lively entertainment. So we think that that is appropriate. We're also recommending a change on the distance from a residential zone. Through our study, we found that a large majority of patios that exist in the downtown and on main streets are not able to meet the existing requirement of 30 meters. So keeping this requirement would effectively prohibit many patios across the downtown and main streets. And we are recommending that this be reduced to 10 meters so that those patios can become legal under the zoning bylaw. We're not recommending this outside of the downtown and main streets. So in a more suburban context, like a commercial area with a mall or a strip plaza, we would still keep the 30-meter distance, and we found that we are able to keep that in place, that is able to be accommodated. We're also recommending adding one more use to be allowed to have a patio, which is a retail store. So we heard through the consultation as well that there is some interest in having this permission on things like a bookstore, for example, could have an outdoor patio associated with a retail store. Lastly, just a few technical amendments, just to clarify some of the language in the bylaw to make the language consistent, using combined with instead of associated with, and also allowing an outdoor patio to be on the same lot or an abutting lot. So that provides a little bit more flexibility to businesses that might not have a patio right adjacent to the use. I did mention that there was still some site-specific patios as well, site-specific amendments. So the majority of the 15 site-specific temporary bylaws, if council and committee adopt these recommendations, the citywide rules will no longer require those site-specific permissions, with the exception of 5. There are 5 still site-specific zoning bylaw amendments that are required that need further relief from the zoning bylaw. And that's our presentation.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask you guys to step aside for a moment. We'll take the deputations, and then if there are questions, we can do that after. So I have listed Oliver Geddes. Welcome, Oliver.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're settled in. Oh, you got a little tech work to do?
Maybe over here. So, okay. Sorry. Okay. Is it ready? It's coming. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts with you today. My name is Oliver Geddes. I'm the owner of the Fifth Group, which is a leading hospitality company in downtown Toronto for the past 28 years. And I've also served as a board member of the Downtown West BIA for more than a decade. Today, I'd like to speak about item 2023.ph7.2 for City Council to enact the zoning bylaw amendment with respect to an extension of the temporary use of 229 Richmond Street West as an outdoor patio substantially in accordance with Attachment 7. Let me tell you a little bit about the history of rendezvous. When COVID arrived, we were all met with much uncertainty. But what was clear to me was that the city needed a safe gathering place to inspire hope, happiness, and community. It was a race to do something for our citizens. In June 2020, with the amazing support of our partners, including the City of Toronto, we opened our doors for the first time. 3.5 years later, I sit here in front of you proud of the incredible space that has been created, not by myself, but an incredible team and partnering collaborators. As they say, it takes a village. As for the city, we are so thankful for so many of you and your colleagues for seeing value in our vision. Without this belief, Rendezvous would not exist. The good news, Rendezvous is now Toronto's largest outdoor art park and is one of the largest hospitality patios in Canada. With its location in the entertainment district in Toronto's downtown core, it has become the city's go-to place to watch sports, attend cultural festivals, and celebrate special moments with coworkers and loved ones. Since its inception in 2020, it has welcomed close to 450,000 local and international visitors who covet the destination and are curious to experience what BlogTO called, quote, Toronto's most epic outdoor patio ever. Its reason for being has always been to deliver the most memorable experiences for guests in all aspects of lifestyle, that is arts and culture, sport, food and beverage, wellness, and discovery. The venue has won various prestigious awards, including Street Art City's International Award for Outdoor Mural Excellence and Innovation out of Sweden, Best Placemaking of Global Cities, the Place Economy 2023 out of Australia, and recently winning the Award of Excellence, Large Spaces at the 2023 Toronto Urban Design Awards, obviously awarded by the City of Toronto. As city builders, you all know that it takes 3 fundamental pillars to be a world-class city: a place to live, a place to work, and a place to gather. Rendezvous has become that place for Torontonians to gather. In 2023, we added amenities that continued providing offerings in line with what curious and active citizens are looking for. They included pickleball and beach volleyball courts. Our programming this past summer included and celebrated the diversity of Toronto today, including partnerships with Museum during Nuit Blanche, Laje Brazil Fest, Carabana, TIFF, Playdate in its 4th year with performers from the LGBTQ+ community, to name just a few. As for 2024, planning has begun, and we believe it will be our best year yet. Goals include having year-round activity, adding new amenities for the community, and being the home of the best place to celebrate Euro Cup and the Paris Olympics next summer. So why am I here today? Our current lease ends on December 31st, 2024, and we'd very much like to continue the great work beyond this date. Work that benefits the City of Toronto, its citizens, and how the city sells itself. Because of this zoning bylaw amendment, we are requesting to stay on as the tenant between January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. If given the green light soon, this would allow us to work with current and new partners and plan even more impactful experiences all year round. Finally, should a situation arise where there is a need to defer building the park until a later date, that is to go at 229 Richmond, please know that we are eager and willing to have rendezvous run for subsequent years. We are partners in this, and we will continue to build great things for this city and make you proud. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us here today. That is the complete list of deputants that I have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just had a question regarding, first, how many, roughly, if you know, how many took FATO?
Councillor Myers, I'm afraid we only got about half of that. Maybe for now, if you could turn your camera off so you can spare bandwidth and we can get your voice better. Want to try again?
Okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
So, through the chair, I was wondering how, if you know, roughly, were able to take advantage of FAT. Because I didn't see a lot of.
Councillor, I'm very sorry. You're cutting in and out again. I don't know if you've got an arrangement with your microphone or headsets or something like that going on, but we're just. We'll go to Councillor Bradford while you try to sort that out, okay? Councillor Bradford?
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, as we heard in the presentation this morning, council voted in favor of making amplified music on patios permanent and citywide. Do those permissions on Cafe TO patios dictate a maximum patio coverage for entertainment purposes, such as live music? I don't know where this is.
Through the chair, no, they do not. The Cafe TO permissions do not have a restriction such as that.
Okay, but our proposal today is to bring in some restrictions with respect to coverage for entertainment purposes.
That's correct, and that's a reflection of the zoning definition for outdoor patios, which focuses on those patios being a patron area, and so creating some standards that are consistent with the purposes for which we've defined those patios in the bylaw.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand that you've consulted with the music office, Mike Tanner, to get their feedback on the minimum space that would be required for live music on patios. What was the feedback that you got from the music office on the minimum amount of space that would be realistically required for a 2 or 3 person band?
Through the chair, I'll turn to Ms. Samuel to answer that question. She's had the direct conversations with the EDC.
Through the chair, in consultation with the music office, it was determined that 10% might not be able to accommodate all patios to have entertainment across the city, especially if there was a small patio. So we've heard further from the music office that allowing an entertainment area of 5 meters squared would be able to accommodate on all patios.
Great. So with that in mind, would you be open to an amendment to the proposed zoning bylaw that would add that minimum square footage at 5 square meters in addition to the percentage of floor space? You know, a similar approach to what's being proposed with respect to the outdoor patios themselves.
Through the chair, that would be appropriate, yes.
Very good. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, as far as the conditions, would that cover the aesthetics on the looks of the patios as well?
My apologies, Councillor, I couldn't quite hear the question. Would it cover the?
Aesthetically, what the looks of these patios?
No, zoning, as you know, is quite a blunt regulatory tool, and it doesn't really give us powers to effectively regulate materials or colors or plantings that I think many of us would like to see on a nicely designed patio, but we don't really have the ability through zoning to require that or set standards.
So can we do it? What do you need?
No, I can't think of an effective way to create a regulation through zoning to do that.
Okay. Then to MOS, as far as the in residential areas, would there be a time as far as the entertainment and music restrictions when they're budding residential areas?
So thank you for the question. Yes, I believe the hours are on Thursdays and Fridays from 5 to 10 p.m., on Saturdays noon to 10 p.m., and on Sunday noon to 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councillor Myers, do you want to try again?
Thank you. I was just wondering if you knew the figure of how many restaurants in Scarborough were able to take advantage of Cafe TO, roughly.
So it's through the chair, Councillor, and you're referring to the Cafe TO on public property that happened through the pandemic? Okay, because I don't know if we have anyone from transportation available or online to answer that question. I don't know, Kyle, if you know that.
No, I'm afraid through the chair, I do not know the answer to that question, Councillor. We can consult with our transportation services colleagues and get that information to you.
Okay. Do you know how many were able to take advantage of the regulations allowing patios on private property? Roughly.
So just to clarify your question, you're asking, are we aware of how many private property patios, maybe in plazas and strip malls and other locations in Scarborough, occurred during the pandemic? Is that the question?
Yes.
Through the chair, we know there are certainly examples of where those patios were created by restaurant operators. The advantage of having zoning permissions as of right, whether through a temporary bylaw or through the permanent permissions that we're suggesting, is that those patio operators never have to come to us seeking permission. And in many cases, for a patio, they don't require a building permit. So there's no readily available set of data on that. The permissions basically enable landowners and operators to move forward with their business plans without seeking special permission from planning or building.
Great. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, so there were issues with the Cafe TO implementation. You don't anticipate that there will be similar issues in this implementation of cafes on private property because they now have this as a right rather than having to sort of seek a permit.
That's correct. And to the theme of your question, I think perhaps the biggest challenge that operators may have is to negotiate with their landlords, the owners of the plazas that they're located in or the properties where they're located for what outdoor space they can dedicate to a patio and for how they might design it, and to have that private contractual conversation with their landlord.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, so the city allows it as a right, but the cafe owners then still have to negotiate something separate with their landlords to see if the landlords would permit that type of use of the space.
That's correct. If their lease limits the part of the property that they can use for their business or has other provisions in it, they'd have to renegotiate that with their landlord, and the city would not be a party to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, seeing none. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As you heard in my questions, I have a motion that I've worked on both with city planning staff and the music office, if we can get that up there. It's just a small change to add minimum square meters for the purposes of entertainment uses on those patios. I'm thinking about places in the downtown context where, what's that? Oh, yeah. Thinking about the context downtown or along Danforth or other places where some of those patios might be a bit smaller than you would see elsewhere. So having the minimum square meters, I think, would be helpful for entertainment purposes. And so with that, I'd like to move it. Appreciate your support, and thanks to Kyle and Jamie and Caroline and the planning team. This is a great body of work and a nice cleanup exercise. And again, speaks to the facilitation of the types of outcomes that we want to see, and bringing that into our bylaws so that, you know, it's easier for people to get there, small business community, and also helpful on the enforcement side, making it clear for everybody. So thanks very much.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, so we'll take Councillor Bradford's amendment. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then the item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. That brings us to there we go. Item PH 7.3, city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments to implement Ontario line, final report. Are there any questions of staff? Oh, Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, she did. I'm just going to ask if we could send a note to Councillor Fletcher's office and hold this one down and see if she wants to participate in it. While we're waiting on that, members, there were 2 new pieces of business introduced. Do you want to just dispose of those quickly? This is 718, request for review of signed site-specific amendment process. It's asking staff to write a report to see if there are things we can do to clean up the distinction between what's a signed variance and what's an amendment to the bylaw. Just direct them to do a report. So I'm just going to move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And 719, the city's preliminary comments on Bill 131, Schedule 2 for the proposed GO Transit Station Funding Act. I know I've spoken to a couple of you on this. This is basically just some information that staff are sharing with us, because when the province introduced the legislation, they only had a 30-day notice period. Staff had to make comments between council meetings. So this is just informing us what those comments were. So I'm going to move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Have we heard anything from Councillor Fletcher's office? No. Oh, there you are. Councillor, we're just about to consider 7.3, which is the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments to implement the Ontario line. There are no deputants. I was wondering if you had any questions of staff.
Yeah, I do. I think we can all see the incredible impact of this Ontario line in my ward and in Councillor Robinson's ward, and I've called her, not her back, all the number of properties. There's 11 different properties, and the taking of those properties is specifically for what? Or the zoning. Have they taken these properties yet? Have they expropriated them?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, in certain instances they have taken them, or they're in varying degrees of discussion with corporate real estate with regards to securing access to these lands.
Can I just ask who's that answering? There we are. Hi, Derek. I couldn't see you.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor.
So have you listed which ones are city property and which ones are private property on this list?
Through the chair to the councillor, I am not sure which ones. That would probably be a better response from our planning folks.
From who? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's directed the question to planning. I don't know if, I know these are zoning matters, they're not ownership matters. Do we know which of the properties are owned and which are leased by Metrolinx?
Through the chair, it's Tom Schwartfeger from City Planning. The properties that are being zoned here include a couple of city properties, one of which is the Gerard and Carla Parquette and Dog Off Leash area, because a portion of that would be acquired for the transit project. The outlines of that particular property taking are not yet known, and so the amendments are applying to the whole property in anticipation of the future acquisition by Metrolinx. Aside from that, in Ward 14, city-owned properties that are affected by this package of bylaws are, I don't think there are any others. They're all, the rest of them are all private properties.
All private properties which have been expropriated yet already?
Through the chair to you, councillor, as I said before, they're in varying states of being expropriated by Metrolinx. So there is, as you're aware, there's offers, there's willing offers, there's that may be under consideration, and there's also full-on expropriation.
So you don't know if Pape Avenue, that one's been expropriated yet, or we're just
No, at this point in time, councillor.
Rezoning. Sorry.
Sorry, I interrupted you, councillor.
No, that's my question. So
No, so councillor, no, at this point in time, we have not had confirmation from Metrolinx that the properties have in fact been expropriated. I know that they are in the course of going through that process.
So they're still privately owned. Metrolinx hasn't acquired them all. And we're now moving to rezone these properties here today. Do I have that right, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, the proposed zoning amendments, again, it's Tom Schwartfeger over this side of the room. The proposed zoning amendments are actually not to change any of the underlying zoning for those properties, but simply to add a few provisions that would apply only to a transportation use, which is a use that's permitted in all zones in the new zoning bylaw in the city.
So if that's permitted, why are we needing to list properties directly and rezone them?
Permitted, why are we doing this?
Oh. Sorry, Councillor, I couldn't quite hear your question.
Oh, sorry. If they're already permitted, then why are we undertaking a rezoning of individual private properties in the city?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, the use is permitted. We just need to make sure that the regulations applying to that use are adjusted in the correct way to anticipate the transit project that's about to come forward.
And so I'm not sure that any of the construction mitigation issues that would be ones we would bring up, of any of those, the Metrolinx would require this rezoning of any properties that they eventually own in order to construct the Ontario line, particularly at these nodes, which look like station nodes or close to station nodes. Would I be right to say that?
The chair to you, councillor, yes, you are correct.
But we haven't in place any protections, any community protections, any discussion about the impact of any of those stations. We're not even talking about these, and now we have TOCs on top of that. So it, unless there are already transportation construction management plans for each one of these sites, are they existing already?
So through the chair to you, councillor, no, they are not available now, but they are in the process of doing the design development. The contractors who are responsible for the construction in these areas will be developing traffic management plans, will be developing site safety and security plans. So this is all part of their ongoing design development. And this is part of the CLC's, the community liaison committees, construction liaison committees that they will be having with the community, with yourself, with the other councillors that may be impacted.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you to hang on there. So I'll ask committee later if we want to consider a second round. Next, I had Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be brief, and just sort of following on the line of questions for Councillor Fletcher, I just wondered what, and maybe this question is for legal, I just wondered, through you, Mr. Chair, what we as a city can do to help and support those property owners, recognizing fully that they can seek legal advice and so on. But when we were expanding the Bloor Danforth line into Scarborough, we took more care and regards in terms of helping and assisting those individuals who were impacted by the Metrolinx in terms of, expropriation and so on. It doesn't appear that this is the same situation as part of these types of properties. And my question is, why is that? And why don't we have some provision to offer assistance to these business owners? Because they're having a real difficult time in terms of dealing with Metrolinx. And although they're not in my ward, I have received several calls from people who are having challenges. And I'm just wondering what support we could provide from a city perspective to encourage, provide advice to these business owners, because we're not doing it now.
So, Councillor, I must admit I haven't been intimately involved in any of these negotiations, so I'm not sure I can provide the answer to that. I can give theoretical, but I don't know if there's been discussions that either planning or Mr. Togo could answer.
Thank you, Mr. Messer.
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Are those all your questions?
Those are primarily the questions. Is there anybody that can answer them?
I don't know, Derek, if you can comment at all broadly on what we do have in place in terms of our working relationship with Metrolinx, understanding the councillor's question that there have been a lot of difficulties in communities as well.
So thank you for that, Greg, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, Metrolinx has identified approaches that they are using with the actual private property owners. This is not their first instance, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Metrolinx here. I want to be very clear. They have indicated that they are talking with the landowners, the private landowners in particular, offering them kind of the support they need in order to, if there is, as an example, potentially that they may need to kind of seek for advice, they are looking to kind of offer that kind of level of support to them. They are, in the first instance, as I said before, they are attempting to kind of go through a willing vendor type of approach in dealing with the landowners. So they're trying to take steps that they feel are appropriate before they actually go through a full-blown expropriation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other members wish to ask any questions? No? Councillor Fletcher, I think you had some more members who were okay with the second round? Yeah? Councillor Fletcher, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I don't need a second round. I'm happy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do any members want to speak to this item? Does anyone want to speak to this item? No? Seeing none, I guess I'll just move it.
Oh, no, I wanted to speak.
okay.
I'm not a member.
Sorry.
Not that I know of. No, not on this committee.
You're quite welcome to speak. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. More than welcome. I have a little problem with this report, and I'll flag that now. And before council, I want to know the status of each of these properties, and I think Councillor Robinson will also want to know that. Some of them in her ward are city-owned, and majority are private-owned. What's the status? Have they been expropriated? In other words, does Metrolinx own these properties, and then we're rezoning them? Or does someone else own those properties? I note that in the July Zoom meeting or WebEx meeting to talk about enabling legislation, there was 13 people. But I think probably it was the title of the WebEx to talk about enabling zoning legislation for the Ontario line. If you talked about expropriation, rezoning areas, construction impact, evictions, all of the things that are happening along the Ontario line, there'd be far more people there. The Ontario line, while it's great to have transit, and I think everybody understands we have that 2 kilometers above ground, which is very, very difficult project. But on all of these locations, and I have majority of stations in my ward, it is an avalanche of issues, particularly around construction, at Pape School, where they have to move a sewer under the school. There's been a community liaison that's been unsatisfactory to the community. I think that you might know that, Mr. Toigo, that the protection of the students at that school has not been the #1 thing for Metrolinx. It's been a slog to try to get attention to protect the students while that construction's going on immediately outside their fence. So there have been evictions of the tenants on the Danforth. There's eviction of the tenants on Pape. There with Jimmy Simpson with their playground. There's business evictions with not much time to replace where you're going to move. And so all in all, this is a very difficult project for those on the ground. And in particular, all those construction issues, which it's nice to hear they have their plan, but we've had to spend a lot of time mitigating their plan with our great team in transportation to get them to change many things and to bring the public in to say, well, that's not going to work, this would work better, etc. The on-the-ground knowledge. So I am really scratching my head why we're having to move to enable zoning for properties that, #1, are still owned by these residents. So that's why I'd like to have that list very clearly enunciated by November the 8th and 9th, please. And then we'll take it from there, Mr. Chair, because this is the time when obviously we don't need that zoning, they need the zoning. So when they need a major piece, like how many properties is this? It's 18 different properties that we're looking at. Now is the time to lock down other things that we need out of the Metrolinx construction. And I'm not sure we do that in the way that we could take advantage of that at every juncture. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I want to see all of that. I want to see how we're going to negotiate any other things that we need from Metrolinx. Because if you don't do it at the beginning, you'll find that you are now having a very big problem later. Not as big as the Eglinton in Yonge Station, but a big problem later, because if they don't have to do something, they simply won't. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just looking for that undertaking for Mr. Toigo around the properties, please.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, we will, as you've indicated, identify the status of the properties, both private and city properties, that have been or that will be, as part of this or as part of this item. So we will share that information. I take it through city planning or I take it probably through city planning, if that's okay.
Yes, supplemental, thank you.
Great, okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? No? So with the undertaking from Mr. Toyo, we'll just go ahead, I'll move the item. All those in favor? Oh, I do have an amendment, sorry. Staff have asked me to move an amendment. This is to correct an error in the report. It's so unusual for city staff to make an error. In any event, this just cleans that up. So give you a moment to look at that.
Based on information provided by Metrolinx.
We'll just let that lie. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, opposed if any, that carries. On the item as amended, all in favor, that carries. Okay. Moving right along. I'll Mr. Sharm is avoiding the hot seat. There you go. Welcome. Hope your speech went well this morning. Great. Okay, the next item is PH 7.4, 2 and 8 Union Street, St. Clair-Old Weston SmartTrack GO Station, City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for approval. I do not have any deputants listed on this. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Just a question to staff. As far as the SmartTrack station, the city's portion, what is the amount that the city needs to put in to pay for the station? I know Metrolinx is paying a portion. What is the city's?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, as you're aware, this item is a confidential item. It was identified in a report that was provided to Council in early, I think it was January, February of 2022. So we're not at this point able to tell you what the actual cost of the station, if that's what you're asking for.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Maybe I have a question. So we considered an item relevant to some new provincial legislation that may give the city the ability to ask for developers near a GO Metrolinx station to make contributions to the cost of that station or affordable housing. Is this the kind of station where that would apply if the province goes ahead and implements the necessary regulations?
Through the chair, to you. That measure potentially could be applied, but when we adopted a SmartTrack report a number of years back, we also put in place something like a tax increment financing scheme around the SmartTrack stations as a way to start to get some funds toward the city's share of the costs. That was done as a portion of the incremental increase in property taxes that would be received in the area.
Okay.
So we would need to work with finance and make some, if we were to change that approach, we'd need to work through how that could work.
Okay, Mr.
I'd also just supplement for the information of the committee that we're still waiting for regulations associated. Well, first of all, they have to pass the legislation, and then there are regulations that would make this operable. So we're a little ways away from fully understanding the utility of this new tool.
Okay. Another, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
That point, then, when would it be appropriate for council then to, because the reason I'm asking that is because there's so much development going on in that area, not only in Councillor Bravo's ward, but my ward. So that's where the SmartTrack is, and because of the number of development applications that have been submitted in, like at what point can we make that request or know what's happening as far as having the developers and the applications contribute to fund the SmartTrack? That was really basically my question.
Yeah, and I think through the chair, it's an excellent question. It's exactly what we're wondering too. Like, how does this all come together? If there are, in this case, the zoning that you have in front of you is very narrow little piece of land. It's for the station facility itself, but we know that there's, as you noted, a lot of development north, south, east, and west of this station. And how do we actually attach what accrues from either through a benefiting levy approach or some sort of tax increment financing approach, or alternatively, how do we go to those proponents and say, give us some money for the station? So I think the details of how you operationalize this are still to be understood.
I think it would benefit the developers. I mean, if you you're building these towers residential and you're next to a station, it benefits the people that are moving into these.
I agree. They're clearly benefiting from the public investment of transit.
Yeah.
And to the extent that we can share in that uplift, I think that's the whole principle of creating value and increasing density around these stations.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anyone else have questions on this item? No? Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us to PH 7.5. And as a reminder, we'll be considering PH 7.11 at the same time. This is the Parkdale Hub, 1303, 1313, 1325, 1337, 1345 Queen Street West. I'm not going to read the rest of it. We do have deputations on this item, so we'll go there. The first deputant we have listed is Josh Barnett. Josh, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Hi, Josh. So you got 5 minutes. You're no stranger to doing this. Start when you're ready. Oh, Josh, you don't seem to have your microphone on.
You hear me?
There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Joshua Barnett. I'm the Executive Director with the Neighborhood Land Trust and the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust. I'm here on behalf of the organizations to express our support for this official plan amendment and rezoning application for the Parkdale Community Hub. I just want to share some context as to some history that led to this that I think is important to frame our support. In 2016, the Parkdale People's Economy led a community planning study that engaged around 30 organizations and hundreds of residents. And part of that planning study at that time proposed the community-driven revitalization of the co-located city-owned properties that are now being proposed for redevelopment through this project. The idea was that these spaces could be improved to expand the community space, community services, the public facilities, but also to respond to the dire need for affordable rental housing in our community. We want to commend the councillor, Gord Perks, chair today, as well as dozens and dozens of city staff for championing this community vision and mobilizing city process and resources to bring this proposal to this stage. I can confirm, because I was there, that the planning process was robust. Hundreds of residents were consulted over many workshops, some led by the city staff, some with consultants, and some led independently with community organizations to prepare residents to be able to contribute in meaningful ways. The proposal that has resulted, I think, does respond to many of the needs that we have in our community. And in particular, we've been reviewing the needs as it relates to the housing needs. And want to just highlight that, we continue to have a very strong need for affordable rental housing, for family-size units, accessible units, and deeply affordable units for those on fixed incomes. And this project does provide meaningful opportunities to accomplish and meet those needs. There's one aspect of the project that our organization would just like to highlight. We have questions about and, a little bit of concern, though we also want to better understand the city's position on this item, but would like this committee to consider it. Throughout the planning process and community consultation process, the project was discussed as being a minimum of 50% affordable housing rental units. In just the last number of months, with this final report coming forward, it has seemed that the target has been reduced to 30% affordable units. I guess we want to name an objection to that reduction. That reduction has come in parallel with the density on the larger 16-story rental building being increased, which does mean that there are still, a a meaningful amount of affordable rental units being proposed. But we would advocate that given the need in our community and the sort of unique opportunity that this project is providing our community, that we would like the city to consider moving the target back to 50% minimum of affordable rental units. There just won't be an opportunity like this that is available to our community, and within probably ever, but at least within the next 2 decades. We feel that we need to maximize this opportunity for affordable rental housing. So the other thing I can say is that I know that the city is going to go to seek partners on this project, and the city intends to maintain ownership of these assets. And we also just want to advocate that in a community like Parkdale, where we have amazing organizations that have the capacity and interest in being community stewards of these types of projects like affordable housing. I just want to ask that the city be open to alternative community ownership models in terms of potentially allowing either nonprofit housing providers or land trusts to actually have an ownership stake in the housing assets that are being developed on this site. Community land trusts and nonprofit housing organizations are committed to permanently affordable housing, and therefore aligned with the city's interest in ensuring that the affordable housing on these sites are stewarded permanently for community. So, we just ask that the city consider that might be a meaningful way to accomplish the goals of this project. It's just to end to say thank you so much for city staff's work on this, and look forward to seeing this amazing project come to fruition in the coming years. Thanks.
Thank you, Joshua. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Joshua, thank you so much for your comments today and all your work on affordable housing in the community.
Thanks, Gord.
Next, I have Rick Amos. Rick, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Rick Amos. I'm with the Parkdale Residents Association. Thank you, Josh, for your presentation. I just wanted to concur with Josh. One of the points that I have on our agenda to speak today is about the 50%. We've been under the impression for a number of years that through Housing Now and Create TO, that the benchmark would be 50% affordable, and then we realized recently that had gone down to 30%. So we want to support the 50%. I'm going to speak directly about our other concern, and that is the diminished consideration for the Parkdale Arts and Culture Center, PAC, and the reduction of artist live-work units on the site. Initially, the design adhered to 6-story, 20-meter height limit specified by the West Queen West planning study, OPA 445 and SASP 556. This design included 107 housing units, which encompassed the existing 9 live-work spaces for cultural workers, 8.4%, and consideration for incorporating PAC into the design. The community agreed that more affordable housing was necessary on the hub site, aligning with the City Council's 2020 directive to maximize the creation of new affordable housing opportunities on city-owned property near existing transit. Subsequent revisions increased the height limit to 10 stories, 32 meters in the west section, resulting in 171 affordable housing units, and a minor increase in live-work space to 10, 5.9%. The most recent revision raised the height limit to 16 stories, 50 meters in the west section, bringing the total residential units to 231, but reducing the number of artist live-work units back to the original 3.9%, for only 20 years. This change also eliminated the concept of live-work spaces for artists and replaced it with the generic term rental dwelling units. We believe that this should be reconsidered given the increasing housing capacity allowing on this original site. We would like to see it retained at its 8.4%, i.e. 19 units. More attention should be given to the cultural component of the Parkdale Hub site to ensure that artists remain a vibrant sector of the community. Furthermore, with Councillor Perks now serving as the Artscape Board, which is the sole lease tenant at 1313 Queen Street West, negotiations with Artscape should be a priority to represent the cultural component of the Parkdale Hub project. Given Artscape's uncertain future due to potential receivership and bankruptcy, it's essential to have a clear representative for cultural component. Currently, the emphasis is on the Parkdale Public Library and the Parks and Recreation Center with minimal attention to the cultural component. We request equal representation for all three vital institutional components: the Parkdale Library, Parks and Recreation, and the Parkdale Arts and Culture Center. The Parkdale Arts and Culture Center has been the cultural heart of our community for 26 years. We aim to enhance its significance within the Parkdale Town Square, not diminish it. I want to read from a quote, or quote from a Creatio file titled, that they commissioned back in 2019. Item 3 of that top priorities was prioritize artists. The role of local artists was frequently discussed, focusing on their influence in Parkdale's culture, but also in discussions of prioritizing public art. The community made it clear that they consider artists to be a core aspect of Parkdale and would like to see a focus on spaces where the public can enjoy and interact with art. This included gallery spaces and making spaces available for outside exhibits. Some individuals mentioned a desire for more affordable artist workspaces be included in the community hub, as well as spaces for performance and exhibitions. So, as you can
Thank you, Rick.
understand,
I'm going to have to
Parkdale-
ask you to stop there. Your
Thank
5
you.
minutes are up. I'll be addressing your issues when I get to my comments. Are there any questions for Rick? No, seeing none. Rick, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have listed Danielle Barnes. Danielle?
Yes. Good morning, Council. Very grateful for the opportunity to address you this morning. And thank you, Rick, for your comments. I'm speaking to you on behalf of and as a member of the Parkdale Arts and Cultural Center. I am one of the tenants there in the live-work units. We support the official plan amendment and rezoning application for the Parkdale Community Hub redevelopment, but we have following concerns and requests for clarification and requests for amendments regarding point 6A and 6B of the report, the latest report. We are concerned about the affordability and access of our living spaces. We would like to clarify with item 6A where it states that the developer shall replace our units for a period of 20 years. This leaves our units open for redevelopment and repurposing at that time. Is this time frame in step with the other affordable living spaces in the building? It appears it is not. Why? We would like to address point 6B and the question of the 10-year time frame of offering affordable rent. What happens after the 10-year time frame? Is there consistency with the affordable living spaces in the building? Namely, why is it indicated in the report that the affordable units in the rest of the building are guaranteed for 99 years as opposed to 10? As we are protected by the Resident Tenant Act and have month-to-month leases with rent control, it is imperative to our livelihoods to maintain this in our new units. Without this affordability, many of us will not be able to continue living and working in the city. Another point we'd like to address is the use of the term similar as it is used to define our new rent in the new spaces. This is a generic term often used for these purposes. We'd like it more accurately defined in the context. We support all the other organizations here representing Parkdale and echo their sentiments in wanting to maintain 50% of the living spaces as affordable, as opposed to the 1/3 stated in this latest report. Mayor Olivia Chow has recently promised that there will be 65,000 new affordable living spaces built in the city in the next 7 years. How can this be accomplished when you are reducing affordable units already in this planning? Our final concern is that the Parkdale Arts and Cultural Centre, with its live, work, and artist housing, has fallen between the cracks as one of the 4 components of the new build, which include the library, the community centre, and housing. All 4 components are important to the community and the Parkdale neighbourhood. This is a difficult time for the live, work tenants, with Artscape potentially going into receivership. It is important to see that our units continue to be live-work units for other artists in perpetuity, as these types of spaces are currently threatened throughout the city. This West Block building must remain a centre for arts and culture in Parkdale, with Gallery 1313, which has been here for 25, 26 years, and the Kababayan Multicultural Centre, which has been there for 45 years. We agree with the mayor when she states, it is vital for artists to have affordable living and working spaces for Toronto's arts and culture. Our city needs more, not less, affordable spaces for artists. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I'll be addressing the points you raised when I speak on the item.
Super.
Okay. Next, I have listed Bem Helly.
Hi there. Let's see.
Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Council. Hello, Councillor Perks. Thank you for giving me time. I am speaking as a representative of the Westside Community Council. We're an umbrella organization of 13 West End community associations, of which 7 members encompass all of Queen Street West from Bathurst to Roncesvalles. I'm speaking about the impact of rezoning the Parkdale hub site from 6 stories and 20 meters to 16 stories and 50 meters. And in particular, we're interested, the Westside Community Council has taken a considerable interest in the West Queen West and Parkdale Main Street planning studies, which we've been involved in since their inception in 2014. City Council's approval of official plan amendment 445, along with the site and area specific policy 556, together with the Parkdale Main Street Heritage Conservation District, has led to appeals at the Ontario Land Tribunal. The increase to 16 stories and 50 meters of the Parkdale Hub project jeopardizes the height limitation of 6 stories and 20 meters for all of Queen Street West from Bathurst to Roncesvalles. At a recent Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, the tribunal adjudicator approved an 11-story development for a property directly across the street from the Parkdale Hub project at 1354 to 1360 Queen Street West and at 8 to 14 Brock Avenue, making an appeal to the planning context created by the 10-story Parkdale Hub project as a benchmark in their rationale. There are currently over 8 properties at various development stages that could benefit or be affected by this height increase. And in fact, there's a recent proposal 1 block away on Queen Street at the eastern entryway to Parkdale, applying already for a 25-story mixed-use condominium structure. So in light of the expressed significance by the will of council and the extensive community support and participation over nearly a decade in the Heritage Conservation District and site and area specific policy development process, the Westside Community Council wishes to encourage the Planning and Housing Committee to take steps to secure that the height advances proposed for the Parkdale Hub do not establish a novel further creeping planning context anchor at a much higher level for all of Queen Street West, from Bathurst to Roncesvalles, and undo the extensive hard work at preservation of our cultural heritage over the last decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Thank you for raising those issues. I'll address them in my remarks when we get there.
Thank you, Councillor Perk.
You're quite welcome. Next, I have Arella Gagnon, or Gannon. Sorry, Arella Gannon. Arella? Can you hear me, Arella?
Here, one sec. Let me see if I can.
There you go.
Make this work.
Gotcha now.
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Hi, though I'm a founding board member of the Community Spaces Land Trust and Building a Better Bloor Dufferin, I'm speaking today as an artist in the community. I just want to speak about our lack of consideration for artists, and I'm really concerned. If a building is going up in perpetuity, how can we limit live workspaces for 10 years or 20 years? It doesn't make any, or even 99 years. If a building goes up in perpetuity, the live workspaces should be for that period as well. I am very concerned that the consideration in this new amendment, I'm sorry, the vocabulary is low for me today, but for the Parkdale Arts and Culture Center, I think that we need to make sure that we give consideration to artists in this community, especially. I echo the concerns that Ben, Rick, Daniel, Josh have made ahead of me. 50% affordable housing is what we need for this space. And I also echo what Ben just said about the height, because I'm also a part of the West Queen West group, and we're talking about the changes to our community, and height restrictions are really important on Queen Street. So I know I'm sounding very rambly, but I just wanted to make sure that all of this kind of issues are being considered. The 19 live work units should be a minimum, not a maximum. And we need to make sure that artists remain an important part of this development, because this is our neighborhood. And we are being edged out of Toronto, Queen Street, and Parkdale in small and big ways. We're losing important cultural institutions. Our art galleries, rehearsal spaces, music venues are disappearing. And so we need to make sure that we have these words in every planning amendment. Every plan includes spaces for artists to live and work, and having a 50% minimum affordable in this development, after we've all worked so hard to make it so, should be a minimum. 50% affordable is what I'd like to make sure that remains. I apologize for my ramblingness. I didn't write this out as well as the others. I think I'm going to end this now. I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Yep. Thank you very much, Arella. Heard you loud and clear. Are there any questions for Arella? No, seeing none. Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Next, I have Sasha Pierce. Sasha? Morning.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about the letter that Danielle read to everyone, and just to expand on point 5. So once again, this has been a difficult time for live work tenants in Artscape in receivership and its possible dissolution. Artscape and the city haven't been transparent, and I had a group of people visit me and my live workspace, and they told me that they were ghosts. So we are asking for greater transparency. We're asking for our survival as artists live workspaces. We feel that Parkdale Hub could easily erase the Parkdale Arts and Cultural Center by absorbing the Artist 9 live-work units into affordable rental dwelling and making it unaffordable for Parkdale arts and cultural nonprofit organizations to continue their important programming. I just wanted to quote you, Gord. You said in October 10th, 2022, that the City of Toronto could and should intervene more directly to preserve and protect and expand those rehearsal, performance, living spaces for the creative people of Toronto. So yeah, once again, the West Block must remain a center for the arts and culture of Parkdale. I also want to talk a little bit about, just echoing Rick's speech as well, and that artists are an important part of the ecosystem of Parkdale, and we want to remain. And also, just lastly, that 50% affordable for minimum for the units at the West Block is what we're also asking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? No? Thanks a lot for coming down today. I appreciate your comments. Pardon me? Yes, there are. Yeah, I was just about to call the next one. Thank you. No, it's great to have the speaker at committee. You never make any mistakes. Oh, no. It's sort of like, you know, having a coach present all the time. Faster, faster, faster. Okay. Next, I have Stephanie Cormier. Hi, Stephanie.
I did not know that we were all going to speak in succession. I was hoping that maybe I could then respond to how you respond, but.
I wish it worked that way, but it doesn't.
Okay.
We hear from members of the public and then we debate it amongst ourselves.
Yeah. So I'm not going to specifically address the details in the report, as we have already done that. Rather, I'd like to speak as an artist and as an individual, a single mother living below the poverty line in Toronto. 12 years ago, I was vetted to be part of a lived experience advisory group to advise the city's poverty reduction strategy. That was an interesting and welcomed opportunity, but one that also had its frustrations. I will say that I was pretty sure I was vetted because I was an artist. I was only one in the group of about 20 individuals who was an artist. In identifying 3 key areas of hardship for those living in poverty, I advocated very strongly for affordable housing. And it did in the end become the #1 priority, followed by food security. While I know change is incremental, since this time 12 years ago, nothing has improved, and instead has become exponentially worse. We keep hearing that there is a critical housing and homelessness problem in the city, yet when it comes to action are met with roadblock after roadblock. There was money, resources, time, and energy from these city employees' efforts spent on this advisory group. And I'm sure I just saw a small part of it. Now I wonder if it was all in vain. This was 12 years ago. This does not seem like an efficient process. If you invite us to participate, listen to us. I'm only one of many. Many of my neighbors have also been in talks with the city about this project for 6 years, at least 6 years. It seems like maybe soon the city will be spending double the time, energy, and capital in fixing what should have been done in the first place. Please listen to us now. Sorry, my voice is shaking because this is emotional for me. That's it.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Stephanie? Stephanie, thank you for sharing that today. And I believe the final deputant we have registered on this item is Jack Gibney. Jack, I saw you there. Come on up.
Well, thank you for letting me speak today.
I personally think that the city's plan is wonderful. I know you're trying to do things on a shoestring without spending anything, and you managed to produce some more affordable housing. My old friend, dear friend Rick Amos, has some objections I want to talk about them. One is it regards the artists' residence in the old police station in Cowan and Queen. A personal friend who is a very reliable source has toured them recently, says they're very run down and old. And the city is offering these people new condos. That's wonderful, especially if you get them all together, as if they want to live close to each other. That's wonderful. I can't imagine why you would oppose that. Second, overcoming the objections to 20 stories. 20 stories is tough to take. But in this case, on this lot, it said well back on the no frills lot. It's exactly the same height as another apartment building beside it. I have some ideas that'll make the idea a little more livable. Forgivable is to create a special zoning for large, deep lots with good parking access that doesn't involve Queen Street. There are only 3 in Parkdale. One is at the dollar store site that we're talking about. The other is at Brock Queen that King said has won something terribly high for already. And the third one is the Parkdale Hotel, and potentially add to that the Cadillac. And that is on a very large lot that goes halfway up to Noble Street, and it has a lane connected to the back so it could do the parking off Queen Street. And they might actually assemble a lot all the way up to Noble Street, in which case they could build higher. I'd like it if you could consider creating a special zoning for large, deep lots with access to off-Queen parking, and then we could keep our existing height regulations for the rest of Queen Street. Well, that's essentially, I worked this idea out in detail earlier this year, but I was afraid that KingSet would take advantage of it, and I kept quiet. So if anybody would like to entertain this idea, I would be delighted to express it in more detail. Thank you very much.
Jack, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts today. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Those are all the deputants I have registered. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it into committee. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay, so then it's time for speakers. I'll speak to it. First, I'm just going to move the recommendations in the staff report and offer heartfelt congratulations to the entire team, CREATEO, Affordable Housing, Planning, Library, Parks and Recreation, Community and Social Services, Social Development, Finance Administration, and I'm sure I've missed somebody. This has really been a whole of government, the Toronto Parking Authority and Toronto Community Housing. This is, and corporate real estate. This has been a whole of government project, bringing together a number of public facilities, expropriating private property for the purpose of housing. Should be doing more of that. And working with the community to try to design a really remarkable service and housing hub in the heart of Parkdale. And also, I want to thank the members of the community who have put hundreds of hours into helping us think through how this would work and work best. Now, on to some of the questions and comments that were raised. I am deeply sensitive to the issue of the percentage of affordable housing. I have been advocating from the beginning that it be 50%. And here's where we are as of today. When we had the 50% goal, the City of Toronto was in a position to collect fees from every development in the city and put them into a pool to spend on affordable housing. The province then introduced Bill 23, which made it illegal for us to collect money from all the private market condominiums and put them into a pool for affordable housing. And that put all of our affordable housing projects in peril. Frankly, all of our Housing Now projects were on pause. It just all stops. We weren't sure we could do any of them. And one of the things that we considered on this site was whether we had to lower that contribution in this site. Now, some of you may have seen yesterday, the City of Toronto announced a very ambitious housing plan, which would put us forward, us being the whole community through our various agencies and not-for-profits, to go ahead and build on these publicly owned sites. And one of the criteria would be maximizing affordable housing. So we're not landed on 30. It's just given that the province has taken away a major source of funding for affordable housing, we can't guarantee we can meet the same level of ambition that we had 3 or 4 years ago. We simply don't know as of today. The next item that was raised was the issue of the replacement of the artist live work. I want to make it clear there are 2 steps here. One step is we do the zoning and planning approval, and then the next step is we work to find a housing provider, a not-for-profit, directly by TCHC, the city, who knows, a co-op. We go and do that work later. When we're doing the zoning piece, we look at what we call rental replacement, and we tie it to the approval of the height and all of those other things that you must replace the units. And that's part of our municipal code. It's called Section 111 of the municipal code. In that, we can only go as far as what's in that municipal code, and that's where those 10-year and 20-year numbers come from, and that's where the similar rent and similar size come from. Those are minimum guarantees that we write into the zoning bylaw. When we go to the next step, which is to bring in the affordable housing operator, one of the elements in the plan that was announced yesterday is that all units become permanently rent controlled. Not just the artist live work units, but any affordable housing units that are built in that site, or market units. So there is a second step where we can get further protections and guarantees. And in that second step, if a group of community organizations come forward with a bid that includes additional artists' housing, that could be part of the project. But at this place, all we do is guarantee what's there and tie it to the zoning. The larger vision for what can be on that site comes when we put out the call for proposals for a not-for-profit or co-op operator. There was a mention of Artscape. I can't give you the whole picture, but I can tell you that the city has been very clear, both with the Toronto Dominion Bank, who's the primary creditor, and the Board of Artscape, that we are going to carve out the residential units and the cultural hubs, and they are going to be put into new entities and are not going into the receivership. So job one from the city's point of view is to protect all the housing, and I think we're going to be very successful there. Finally, there was a comment about the height, and as Jack mentioned, there are a couple of lots on Queen Street where you can keep that 6-story frontage, but the lot is so very deep that you can build a tower up behind it. And that's what we've done here. So there is no compromise to the original vision of the Parkdale or the West Queen West overall planning regime. We're maintaining that on this site. And there's an attached companion report that protects the heritage. So if any of you have further questions on that, I'd be happy to discuss it. And I've just given committee way more information on this than they thought they were going to get. But I've moved the staff report. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. And again, great thanks to the community and city staff on a really remarkable project, kind of thing we haven't done in Toronto in 30 or 40 years. Very excited to see it moving forward. Okay. Thank you. There you go. An elected official getting applause. You never see that. All right. The next item is PH 7.6, Concept to Keys Priority Development Review Stream Dashboard, October 2023 update. We have a deputy. I saw Bruce Davis in the room. There he is. Come on up, Bruce. Oh, hang on one sec. Did I make a mistake? Did I need to move the heritage report?
You do need to move it.
I have to move 711. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bruce, now you can start.
Thank you very much. How's my audio? Good. I'm going to speak to two items at the same time just to save you 5 minutes. The dashboard and the accelerator. But first, I just want to quickly introduce or reintroduce myself. I run a company called Public Progress. Some of you remember me from a different life, but now I run a company called Public Progress. And our focus is on helping municipalities and agencies, nonprofits, to develop housing plans, to help them develop financing concepts, operationalize those plans, do community engagement, and some project management. And for the city, I've been doing a fair amount of community engagement. I love doing that work and helping to introduce very difficult shelters or consumption treatment services or respite sites or affordable housing to neighborhoods. I actually like doing that work. That's a big part of my practice. The reason I'm here is because this isn't working, okay? And on Tuesday, I was at the Economic and Community Development Committee, and the urgency that people feel around the lack of housing, and we were talking about it in the context of people being on the sidewalk and refugees and newcomers. We were talking about encampments, but they're connected to what you're doing here today. I consider that work, the shelter work and the encampment work and the asylum seekers on the sidewalk, that work is about survival. What you're talking about here with affordable housing is about allowing people to thrive. So I ask you to think about getting people from survive to thrive. And you can write that down and use it anytime you want. We want to get people from survive to thrive, from emergency housing, which should hopefully be very short term, into quality, safe, affordable housing. Quality, safe, affordable housing is essential to allowing people to thrive, but we also want them to work or volunteer. We want them to rebuild relationships with their family. We want them to get their health care and other issues that they have. But I need you to think with the urgency, we need to think, not you, we need to think with the urgency of trying to get that survival to thrive. And as I said, I don't think it's working. If you look at your dashboard here, there's one great number on your dashboard, and I think it's fantastic that you do the dashboard, but 261 affordable housing units have received building permits in the past 12 months. 261 units. So you can announce whatever you want at ONFA. You can go on as many panels as you want and talk about what we're doing. 261 units of affordable housing got a building permit, not an occupancy permit, a building permit in the past 12 months. So the next item is your Accelerator program. Bill 109 was passed in April 2022. 18 months ago. Bradford, Councillor Bradford, who's not here, but it was, in January, he brought this issue to the committee and asked for a report on the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator. That's 10 months ago. It's taken us 10 months to pull together a framework for an accelerator. Does anyone see the irony in that? So you can ask the federal government for accelerator money. You can blame whomever you want. This is about us. This is about changing the way we do business. Now, there are some amazing things. And when I talk about the accelerator, actually I worked back in 2020 during COVID. We did some amazing work. Carrie and her team in planning, the Housing Secretariat, Abby and her team, the folks at CREATIO, they did amazing work bringing those modular housing units on site. Bradford's ward, we did it. At Crawford's ward, we've done some in your ward, Councillor. So it is amazing when people pull together and get things done, it is remarkable. We need that zeal, we need that working together to get things done. I've seen deputy fire chief in another town I worked in. Deputy fire chief calls me up and he says, "You need anything? I'll bring my pickup truck. I'll load the beds into my pickup truck. I'll schlep them over to the housing for you. You want me to come over and do an inspection, a fire inspection this afternoon because you have to get an occupancy permit? I'll be there. You call me anytime." I've seen heritage services managers call me and say, "We want to preserve this building. You tell me what it'll take to turn it into affordable housing." That kind of zeal, dynamic, that's what we need. We need to work together to get this done. So that's really why I wanted to come and talk to you about that today. This is not working. And you can blame the feds, you can blame the province, you can make announcements all you want, but we have to get our act together. There you go, Councillor.
Geez, I accidentally gave you more time. Well, you were talking on two different items, so there you go. Are there any questions for Bruce? No? Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Davis. So you've identified the fact that 260 affordable units have been essentially approved.
261, Councillor.
Right?
261.
Yes, yes. What have you identified has been the challenges in terms of the reasons why things are slow, delayed, and not accelerating?
Every one of these is a problem, different problem. I'll give you one perfect example. Very small project in the east end of the city I worked on recently for an Indigenous housing group. Small, 24 units for men, single men. They were required to produce 14 parking spaces. This is for homeless men coming out of an encampment. They were required to have 2 and 3 bedroom suites so that it would be suitable for families. Of course, we got all that worked through. And then we were required, one of the C of A variances, we were required to have a mechanical bike lift. And we had to go to C of A to get that removed. The footprint of the elevator on the roof was 2 feet squared too big. We had to get a variance. There were 14 of these little dinky variances. Now, these are all legitimate issues. Sure, every building should have a mechanical bike lift. But imagine being an Indigenous group being told by us, white people, that you have to have a mechanical bike lift so that you can get your people off the street, and you have to talk to every neighbor about why you don't want a mechanical bike lift. The system is broken. So then I go door to door with my client, and I hear the worst racist crap talking to people because they think they have the right to tell us whether we have a mechanical bike lift. It's craziness what we've done. So we have to clear this underbrush. I'm telling you, it is not working. That's just one. I do this dozens of times a year. It's broken. You have to get out of that.
So on the modular housing, and you referenced the one in my ward and Councillor Bradford's one, that one seems to have been delayed and delayed and delayed. have you been able to?
Yours is actually 100% over budget. Actually, it's not just delayed, it's actually 100% over budget.
I was going to get to that, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
beat me to it.
Yeah,
So-
sorry.
And what have you identified as been the cause of these, the over budgeting aspect, the delay in terms of building and getting people into place, since you're acutely aware of the issues you've been involved? What were some of the issues and the sort of challenges that you have observed from your vantage point?
We can talk about the challenges. We can also talk about how things work well. Macy, we did, the one in Dovercourt, we did in 5 months, Councillor. On time, on budget, in 5 months. The one on Macy, Crawford's ward, I think we did it in 7 months. Good quality housing in a tough neighborhood situation. So I didn't work on the one that you're referencing. I know it's 100% over budget. I'm not criticizing. I'm trying to say we need to do this better. There is a different way to approach some of these things, and that is to actually have projects that are pre-approved on the shelf, ready to go in advance, so that when the feds do decide to come up with some new flavor of the month program or some rapid housing thing, which I think is great, but when they do, then you have something you can pull down off the shelf. As opposed to the way we're doing it now, you have 30, 40 items on that dashboard. They are stuck in the mud, man. They are stuck in the mud. So I think if you can get them pre-approved, if you can use this CIHA, the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator, to get projects pre-approved, then when the money comes, I hate to tell you this, if we don't get these things done in the next 2 years, there's going to be a federal election. You think there's going to be a national housing strategy in 2 years? So we need to get this done now. We have to get these projects done now, because in 2 years, I don't think this money's going to be here.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Always so cheerful. All right, Councillor Nunziata.
Just a question. What is a mechanical bike clip? What is that? I've never heard of that. What is?
It's a thing where you're required to have a bike storage room, and I guess depending on the size of the room and the number of bikes, you have to have some kind of thing that lifts bikes up. I don't know. I don't know. But I know I had to try and figure out how to get rid of it.
I just never heard about it.
Well, someone can speak to the standard on bicycle storage.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. I'm sure there's a committee on it.
Any further questions? No. Bruce, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today. Are there any questions of staff? Nope, seeing none.
Mechanical bike thing. Lift.
Through the chair.
Like, are we asking that in all our
Chair,
applications?
I think the speaker was referring to a zoning requirement because he referred to it in the context of a committee of adjustment application and needing a variance from that provision of the zoning. So I believe that's what the speaker was referring to. And it likely is something in the zoning bylaw. Interestingly enough, we've been instructed by council to, in the context of removing minimum parking requirements, which I'm sure Mr. Davis appreciates because that's something that we have cleared the underbrush on. We've also been asked to look at the bicycle parking standards and make sure that they're working. And one idea that I get on the fly from the point he's making is that for certain size projects, maybe we don't need a mechanical bike lift. So I take his observation to heart.
So planning is asking for that on a number of developments?
Planning isn't asking for it. It's a zoning provision approved by City Council.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions on concept to keys? Seeing none, I'll move the recommendation, which is to receive the report for information. On the next item, which was 7.7, comments on, oh yeah, I should let you vote on that. All in favor of receipt, opposed if any, that carries. Just trying to clear the underbrush here. Item 7.7, city comments on Bill 134, proposed definition of affordable rental unit is dealt with. Thank God we have a committee administrator who knows what's going on. Now we go to item 8, which is the recommended framework for the community infrastructure and housing accelerator tool. Mr. Davis was the only person listed, and he said that he wanted to clear underbrush himself by speaking to both items at the same time. Pretty soon, we're just going to have a canopy and bare ground underneath it. So we're now in committee. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a motion that I want to move on this item, which I will ask the clerks to put up, and then I'll speak to it quickly. It's directing the chief planner to report directly to council with a recommended process to follow for when we use these accelerators, including any necessary changes to the municipal code to ensure the public is provided with appropriate notice and the opportunity to speak, as well as any approach to monitor and report back on the use of tool after council has approved at least 3 requests for an order. Just very quickly, this is just a simple guardrail. The province has created a tool which is very similar to a ministerial zoning order. As you know, looking around the province, some of them used ministerial zoning orders have been used well, and they've been used poorly. This just says, ask staff to see if we can write something into the municipal code saying, sure, go ahead, ask the province to do these as quickly as they can. Just make sure that the item at least comes to some committee somewhere so that people can make deputations on the item before you ask for a zoning order. It doesn't create the need for public meetings or any of that other stuff. We can still be very, very quick, but it draws a distinction between doing these just, you know, some member of council stands up one day and just moves a motion to do one of these without a staff report or anything like that. This would sort of be a safeguard to make sure that there's been due consideration and opportunity for the public to make comment at a committee meeting. And that's just asking staff to provide that supplementary report for when it gets to council in 2 weeks' time.
So you're giving an opportunity for the community to comment, but without public meetings, and those comments are, then what happens to the comments that the public make?
So to be clear, for all the regular planning applications, the process would stay the same. The province has created this new tool where you can change the land use, you can change the official plan, you can change the zoning just by writing a letter to the minister.
Mm-hmm.
And city staff have given us some guidelines about when we should do that. That's in the report that's in front of you. I'm asking that in addition to having those guidelines, that they give us a report on maybe putting something right into the municipal code so that in those rare cases where we're asking the province just to give the ministerial authority, that the item must first go to a committee for public deputations.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Explore this, but when the minister gets this letter, what is the timeline in terms of the minister
there's the rub.
responding back? Because we have had those challenges and we have no way to regulate a timing mechanism in the response. So
yes.
What do we do?
I wish I could tell you what we do, but in the legislation as it's written, there is no requirement for the minister to reply in any timeline. If you happen to know anybody at Queen's Park, a member of cabinet, the premier, anybody like that, you might let them know that you think that's a problem. This is what the city can do, laying out some principles and laying out a process.
Presumably though, Mr. Chair, I mean, you could draft a letter as part of a process and either have the mayor sign that to address that concern, because that is a challenge for us on many other issues, not just with the province as such.
Tell you what, why don't you and I have a conversation with the chief planner and someone from the mayor's office and think about if there's something we can have ready for council?
Happy to.
Good, okay. Any other questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, so on the amendment that I've moved, all those in favor, opposed if any carries. And I don't have to move anything on the item because it was originally here for receipt. I'm learning.
We're forwarding without reps to council and just directing the chief planner to report.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So we'll go to item 7.9. Councillor Thompson, you held it, but someone has, oh, I think that was on behalf of Councillor Bradford. So we'll transfer it over. In a shocking development, Mr. Richardson has registered to speak on this item. Go ahead, Mark.
Just waiting for the screen to come up. So just wanted to sort of reflect on some of the things we just heard over the last few minutes. In the last 3 months, there's a new mayor, all new mayoral staff that our Housing Now volunteers are dealing with. There's an entirely new staff in the Provincial Housing Minister's office because there was actually a bit of a purge there. So anybody we were talking to 4 months ago isn't around anymore. There's a brand new federal housing minister. So there's good and bad in that. You know, we were asked to go and speak to the Parliamentary Finance Committee last week because people are actually caring about the data and the numbers. But there's somebody who are new on the Planning and Housing Committee. And this quote from Joe Barrage, who is from Urban Strategies. He wrote a book called Perfect City, I think it's called. The enemy is always the blob, the congealed mess of outdated and overlapping jurisdiction, the diffuseness of responsibility, and the fact that simultaneously no one and everyone is in charge. Affordable housing gets eaten by the blob at all levels of government. Lots of people talk about gatekeepers and roadblocks and landmines. They're not just here, they're at CMHC. They're certainly at the province where we're still waiting on a minister's zoning order for Willowdale after 870 something days. Minister Calandra could fix that this afternoon on his way to his lunch break, and he's chosen not to do that. But we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to spend some time taking y'all on a little field trip to Calgary that we took this summer, where Calgary also has a housing crisis, and folks there were very, very helpful with us. We toured a bunch of sites. Yes, we talked to the city. Some of the city folks from Calgary are actually here this week for the Ontario Not-for-Profit Housing Conference. They're across the street. They're going to be happy to talk to you about this stuff. They just don't want to have to go through security to get here. So you have to meet them in neutral ground by mini village downstairs or in the coffee shop or something. So Calgary is putting in new LRT, doing all the things that you're doing here in the city. They're taking city buildings, they're upzoning them. But they are in particular doing some of the stuff that you have been talking about. So this is called Sierra Place, which is an office building to supportive housing conversion by the folks at Home Space Calgary. It's a great reuse of an existing office building funded by the federal government's rapid housing program, plus City of Calgary incentives. So City of Calgary gave them incentives of $75 a square foot to turn this around. And also, the original building was a chunky box from the 1970s right on an LRT station. So it had a floor plate that it made sense to do that conversion. There were still some challenges. We will share all this information with you. Like I said, the folks from Calgary are in town this week. It's exactly the kind of housing that you're saying you want to create. It would be here like a Wood Green in Councillor Bradford's ward, or any of the sort of supportive housing providers. You can see it's right on the LRT line, very easy to get around, so there's not much of a transit requirement, but it's a box, right? We've been having this conversation at City Hall for a long time now about urban design guidelines. You want to build affordable housing buildings? Build more 10-story boxes. This is the organization that runs it, Home Space. Just let me go here for you. There's a full tour that they offer as well of what the building looked like before and after. And there's inside of the units as well. So you take an office building, and it still looks like, you know, these are apartments now. It still kind of looks like you're going to your dentist, but these are the units that were converted from office into 350 square foot studio units for people to live in with supports, with food services. If you're thinking about office conversions, think of them like the conversion you've done of the hotels over at Spadina or the seniors home at 877 Yonge. You can do office conversions, but they're a really niche affordable housing product. They're kind of like, modular housing, laneway suites, garden homes. You might get a little bit of affordable out of them, but they will not generate thousands and thousands of units. The only thing that's going to generate thousands of units is aggressively doing purpose-built supportive housing rental on city-owned lands. And that's almost my time, so I will let you go from there.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mark? Mark, as always, thanks for enlightening us. Those are all the deputants I had listed on this item. Any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. We have a study underway right now where we're conducting an office needs assessment. Given the vacancy rates in the downtown core continue to increase month over month and year over year, is there still value in doing this study, and what is the value in doing that?
Through the chair, and maybe staff can supplement this, but generally speaking, I mean, we've hired a consultant and we're in throes of undertaking the analysis, having a public consultation about this and coming back in early 24, mid 24 with the results. So the consideration of how we do this at scale is through a policy revisit, which is underway. Doesn't mean to say that we won't and are not dealing with individual circumstances. If we get an application or someone comes to us with an opportunity, that we won't duly consider that, and several of those are already in front of us. I don't know, Carrie, Councillor, if you want to ask another question, or Carrie wants to supplement.
I would just add, if we were thinking about office needs assessment, say 5 years ago, some of the outcomes that we might anticipate or things that we would be looking for might be different than today. It's possible that you could do an office needs assessment and actually find that there is perhaps less of a need for office.
Yeah, I would.
You don't want to preempt the outcome.
I don't want to preempt the outcome. I think very superficially, if you read what everyone's been reading, the trend seems to be, cementing itself a little bit, right. And we'll take that into full account. I would still remind everyone that we're in it for the long game as well, and we have an incredible piece of transportation down there that draws both a local and regional labor market, right, called Union Station, and we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The suitability of conversions, from what I've read, is highly specialized and limited. But we have to take all of that into account, including the trend line that you've identified.
What does the city's official plan currently prescribe in terms of replacement of office space within the downtown core?
Through the chair, within the downtown, there's 3 areas that are currently have protections in place. So it's the Bloor-Yonge corridor, the financial district, and the health sciences district. And essentially the language is you're encouraged to provide more, but you must ensure no net loss. So it's effectively a replacement of the existing space.
So in those areas, basically the city not only requires the builder replace existing office space, but encourages them to add additional office space as part of that redevelopment.
That's essentially correct, although it could be any type of non-residential space.
Okay, good. Do you believe that there might be an opportunity on select properties, not only to permit office conversion, but perhaps deliver some affordable housing in lieu of the replacement of the unused office space?
Through the chair, that's exactly what is happening in practice to date. When an applicant comes in and has a concern about providing for office replacement, the dialogue that we're having is, as a trade-off, could they provide affordable housing? And that affordable housing would be outside of the community benefit charge, and it would be secured separately. So we're looking to trade off, in essence, office in this instance in certain locations as appropriate, for affordable housing, recognizing the change at this point in time in the marketplace.
Very good. As the deputant just showed us on their Twitter account, it looks like Calgary has found some success, particularly in that focus area of affordable housing through office conversions. Would the City of Toronto be open to taking a lessons learned look at the City of Calgary and what they're doing right now on this file?
Through the chair, definitely, and it's something that we, as part of the study, are looking at what any other municipality is doing.
Very good. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. Does anyone know what the future of work is? I hope that's not too funny.
I'll just say through the chair, we're working on it. I think it's a great question.
With great respect.
It's a great question because it frames.
Is there anyone from economic development that would be able to help us?
Perhaps.
Because
I'm not sure if
so,
they're here, but it's something that's very live and that we're attuned to it.
Yeah, no, I get that. But my fear is that in as much as we're trying to respond to an immediate and acute challenge, we need to understand what the future opportunity of economic development and the economy is. So we will perhaps try to solve one problem by creating another as we move forward. I recall Mr. Dobson's report on space that was needed, and we didn't have it, so we needed more space. So now we have the converse of that. So I guess my question really is, and I understand the study, but do we have the right people in place to be able to help us, to be able to look at the varying characteristics of the changes that we are trying to respond to and the future needs that perhaps we're not looking at this moment?
So through the chair, economic development are fully engaged in the work, as well as a consultation through the consultant.
Right.
Councillor Carroll has a subcommittee or a committee of folks who are in the downtown who are alive to this issue as well. And that's why I made the comment about Union Station, is right. The baby in the bathwater, is we've got to be careful and take a long-term view, and doesn't mean that we can't make some incremental changes, but fact is 2/3 of Canadians can't work at home. They go to a place of work. That's why we strenuously protect our employment lands. And those people work all over Toronto, in every corner of Toronto. And the office dynamic is grayer. It's grayer. Like certain things could, we're looking at the variety of uses that could actually start happening in office space. And that's also a different lens to expand the utility of the office space. There's been a discussion about wet labs, for example, and other medical uses. So I think it's it's an excellent question, and that's almost exactly the question that we put to the consultants to help us with.
Right. And may I then ask, through you, Mr. Chair, further, as part of this work that's going to be done, and I've had a situation in my own ward where we looked at a building and I was told that it is impossible to simply convert it just because of the nature of the expense associated with it. So have you, or are you looking at the number of buildings that potentially could be converted, and if so, the expense associated with it? And are we as a city prepared to, and is that part of the work you're looking at, prepared to put skin in the game, so to speak, resources to help as part of this attempt to respond to the challenge to create housing through this conversion process? Is that something you're considering as
So
part of the work?
through the chair, yes, we're doing a pro forma analysis on several conversion scenarios that we're seeing across the city to understand and measure the economic doability, if you will, of that. So it's very much part of the analysis, yes.
And the practice in New York is fairly ahead of us in terms of what they're doing there. You're looking at best practice from areas like that beyond Calgary?
Yes, we'll be looking at other equivalent situations in other cities.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the item? Speak. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a motion just to add to the recommendations in my letter in response to the written correspondence that we all received on the item. First, this is adding a request that staff review the approach undertaken in the city of Calgary for any lessons that can be learned there, in addition to the other citywide review. Second, it adds a request for the federal government to follow up on their previous commitment in 2021 to create a federal program to provide the financial assistance to builders looking to convert vacant office space into housing in municipalities across Canada. You know, this is an item that we're all dealing with, the sort of dueling crisis of affordability and housing. And, you know, it requires us to look at all options that might help us move the needle on that front. As of today, occupancy rates in the downtown core remain at 50% of pre-pandemic levels. And, you know, some employers, of course, are returning to work, and that's good to see, but it doesn't look the same in terms of return to work, in terms of schedules, in terms of commuting patterns that we saw prior to the pandemic. I think given the changing nature of work, the existing supply pipeline of pre-approved but not yet built office, and the ongoing housing and affordability crisis, it really is time to reevaluate some of our policies around office space across the city of Toronto. And frankly, this is something that city planning has already identified as a priority in the months ahead, and I know that they're pursuing that and in earnest and with speed. We heard about some of the policies that we've had in place, and frankly, they were really important policies over the past number of decades as Toronto has cemented itself as a global place for talent and investment and bringing people here to Toronto to grow our economy. That's been really important, and those policies have been successful. But just because a policy was needed, you know, 10 or 20 years ago doesn't mean, you know, that is going to be the way forward for all of us as local government and as policymakers. I think that some of the requirements that we have in place, as we heard from staff today, for the replacement on a per square foot basis with the additional encouragement of adding more, we probably need some relief from that. We probably need some flexibility, as we just heard from our chief planner. It doesn't have to just be residential, but maybe it's wet lab space, maybe it's other uses, things that provide some flexibility. And it's really effectively the modernization of how we think about our policies around office across the city of Toronto. And, you know, I think the challenges that we're facing require us to have some flexibility, some relief from the bylaws, from the rules, from the way of thinking that has governed planning practices over the past couple decades. And, you know, for anyone who's been following this committee, you know, I feel that way about a couple of different policies that we have here. So this is a motion to help us move all of that along. I appreciate the hard work that our city planning staff, Carrie, David Fitzpatrick, and others are doing on this work. I think it's important, and of course appreciate the support of the committee in moving it forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to speak? No? We'll take the amendment first. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. The next item is our Plan Toronto recommendations for the East Harbour. This is 7.10. Councillor Fletcher had asked me to hold it. She's asked me to move a motion to defer. So unless any members have questions or want to speak to it, I'll just place that. And I've also consulted with the chief planner, and he said, that's fine with me, or words to that effect. So there's the motion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We have a few more items, but I don't, and the next one has a deputy. I don't think we're going to have time to get that deputy in for the lunch break. So I'm going to recess the meeting until 1:30. See you all in an hour. and Housing Committee. We were about to consider PH 7.13, which is an area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw for 195 Galaxy Boulevard. I believe we had a deputant registered, Mike McCaig. Hi, Mike, come on up. Take a seat. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start whenever you want.
Leo from. Good. Do you want to come up and sit here?
Means we're allowed to ask you questions.
He's down from Huntsville for my birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
I don't want any more. They keep coming though.
Oh, yes, I know that feeling.
Anyway, good afternoon, councilors, staff, planning. So basically, my name is Mike McCaig. I'm the president of Sanford Outdoor. We're a small family independent advertising company, billboards. My dad started in the 70s and he passed away in 90, and I went on to work for a few of the other big ones. And my brother and I started this in 2019, just digital. So around that time, Royal Woodbine Golf Course came to me and suggested they have signs on Dixon that have been there for 30 years. If we could modernize, in other words, digitize the existing structure. So we're not building a new sign. And I thought it was a no-brainer, but I didn't realize the zoning had changed. So we started this process, and I guess it's been going on for 3 years. And I guess we require an amendment to the zoning in order to digitize that board. I guess that's what brings us here. And I know Mr. Van Vliet has done a thorough job on going through this. Like I say, the sign's been there for, well, since 1996, I believe. And it's still there. So we're not building a new structure. We got the blessing of the TRCA. We're not doing, there's no disturbance to the ground. We're using the same base, same structure. We just want to change the top of it to a digital type billboard. So that's kind of what we're here to ask for, is just a zoning specific area change just on Dixon Road to fall in line with all the other zoning around that area. And we have the blessing from Royal Woodbine, obviously. We entered into an agreement with them in a shareholders or a revenue sharing basis to be able to do this. I mean, I think it would be good for the community, and I know with a lot of the print going by the wayside, The Guardian, for example, it offers some of the smaller business owners an affordable way to advertise. Radio and TV is very expensive, so you have a lot of the smaller, restaurants, the up and coming realtors. Not talking about Frank Leo or any of the big guys, but some of the smaller guys that have smaller budgets. This kind of maybe fills in that category of advertisers with some of the smaller budgets, and it's the only sign in the area. There was 4 along that stretch at one point. 2 of them have been removed, and there's 1 other that is being removed. So there's just 1 left, and again, we're not drilling any holes, we're not building anything new. Basically, we just want to change the old design from, I believe it was a backlit, urban backlight billboard type to a digital, modernized digital. And just, I'm not the technical guy, but we use the exact same digital manufacturer as Pattison, the same installers. It's basically the exact same 13 millimeter type digital sign. So that's my story. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I do have a question.
Sure.
So what you're actually technically asking us to do is to say that this is no longer an open space area, but it's an employment area.
Just that one stretch on Dixon, not the whole, obviously not the golf course, but.
So it's not that you actually imagine employment uses on this land?
No, it's just to facilitate the existing billboard it's already there and been there for 27, 8 years, I guess.
And to convert it to digital?
Just to convert the top part to digital. Yeah, nothing else. We're not, it's in a section of the golf course where if I hit my ball in there, I wouldn't go and get it. It's so far off. It's not in the middle.
No, I
of
got
it.
the gist. You want us to change this to employment lands, even though you don't want to make employment uses?
Right, there's no employment.
Thank you. Any other members have questions of the deputy? No? Yeah, I just want to check first. Okay. Thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
And thanks to your assistant. Very well done.
Assistant's name, because I think, because we don't know his name. Sorry?
For coming and helping the committee in its deliberations today. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Questions of staff?
I was just going to ask.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Signs, right? So staff, I understand the recommendation is to refuse the application. May I ask why the refusal?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. So this application was a difficult one. It was best described to me this morning as an application that reasonable people could disagree on. If you looked at the existing signs on the property and the past signs on the property, they are more in line with the employment use. So looking backwards and at the present day, they are in line with the request that has been made. If you look at, forward, if you look at the official plan and you look at the zoning bylaw and the sign bylaw as such, it's all open space. So the plan is for open space. The land use documents and policy of the city contemplate open space. There have been the removal of signs in the area as well that have been making it more like the signage in an open space district. So it's because it would lead to a disconnect and an inconsistency between the sign bylaw, which is a tool to further implement the official plan and the objectives of the zoning bylaw. It's because of that discontinuity or inconsistency that we've recommended refusal.
So when I hear the speaker talks about wanting to, I guess, a static electronic sign on top, it speaks to the fact that there is a sign already in place. There is a sign already in place, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Are you then suggesting, as part of you just described, would you then be suggesting that the sign be eliminated altogether? Is that what the objective and goal is?
Well, that would ultimately be the objective of the official plan, zoning, and sign bylaws, that it doesn't contemplate this type of sign being there.
Right, but it's been there as has been, pardon me? What I was going to get, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's been there for 20 years, right?
Yes.
And so now technology has changed and we've heard from the speaker saying we want to transform it. Why would we want to remove it now since we've not had a problem over 20 years?
Again, it's to be consistent with the requirements of the sign bylaw. Council's adopted a sign bylaw, zoning bylaw, official plan.
Got you. But the adoption of the sign bylaw and zoning bylaw came after the fact, right? This sign has been there prior to this new change in adoption. Is that correct?
Certainly prior to the existing sign bylaw, yes.
Yeah. So then would they then not be grandfathered, as the chair has referenced, as to allow its status and to allow it to be in place?
So the existing sign is grandfathered, provided that there are no substantial alterations made to that sign.
Oh, I see. So part of that is that you can't make any alteration.
That's right. You could maintain it and keep it in a state of good repair, but you wouldn't be able to make any other significant alteration.
So how prudent is that in the sense that changes and transformation and progress takes place in this sector? You're suggesting that we are going to unilaterally sort of suggests that you can't make any alterations. I'm not sure I agree with that. And our bylaw says that's what is required because that's how you're responding to it, correct?
So I apologize. I'm not entirely sure I followed the question.
Well, let me make it myself really clear. We have a bylaw that says you can't change anything, right?
Yes, without a permit or?
Without a permit, right. So with respect to technological advance and changes that come in this sector, the applicant can request through this committee, if this process, to have alterations and changes, which would be to amend our bylaw. Is that correct?
So the alterations and changes that they're proposing to make for this sign in this location would require an amendment to the bylaw.
Right, and so if there is a motion to that effect, this is what this committee obviously should be doing if we agree that the changes should be made, and we would vote on that.
That's right. Council, this committee and council could make that determination.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions to staff? I have a couple. So the city, when it passed its bylaw for signs, imagined different kinds of areas of the city, and we had different standards for those different kinds of areas of the city, correct?
Yes.
So we imagined that for open spaces, over time, there would be no signs.
That's correct.
That was council's policy. So effectively, what the applicant is doing here is saying, well, even though I had a sign which came in before the sign bylaw, I want to make changes to it. The sign bylaw says if I try to make changes, I have to take it down because the city doesn't want signs in open spaces. So I'm just going to ask council to say that these are employment lands. That's what's happening here?
Well, I think the request for employment lands would be based on the existing sign types and the history of signs on there. It's closer to the signs that would be permitted in an employment zone or in an employment district.
But mechanically, in order to get permission to do this, the applicant is saying, convert this open space into employment lands, so that therefore I'll be in a position to alter the sign and make it digital.
In this instance, yes.
That's what he's doing in this instance. Okay. Is there anyone, I know there's no one from planning, I shouldn't have let them go. Maybe I'll ask Ms. Matsumoto. Has the City of Toronto expressed any interest in converting these lands to employment in order to get employment purposes?
Okay, not to my knowledge, acknowledging that I am a mere planning lawyer, not a planner. But I'm not aware of that, having been involved in the MCR process.
Yeah, the city just completed a review of all of its employment lands, and their city staff did not bring forward any proposal to convert this parcel of land to employment.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure the word convert is meant in the same context in this, but that's just the only caution I would say.
But the city didn't say to itself, you know what we really need is some employment lands over there. That did not come from the planning.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
But sorry, but I think someone has a thought over there. Yes.
Sorry again, through you, Mr. Chair. We did consult with planning staff, with the area planners for these applications, we do. And they agreed that open space was the designation.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Any other questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Nunziata?
Well, yeah, their staff does have a motion to support the application. It's on behalf of Councillor Crisantri.
Okay, if we'll put that up. Do you want to speak to it?
No, just move the application.
Okay. Good. Councillor Thompson,
Chair, just a point of order. Yeah, Councillor Bradford is trying to get on because he wanted to speak to this particular item.
Maybe we can hold the item down.
Just wondered whether or not,
Councillor Bradford actually held it down.
Yeah, it was Councillor Bradford.
I appreciate that, but all the other items are signs too, so.
Oh, no, all I'm asking if we can hold this down so we get through the other items and come back to this one.
So, but we're going to be going to another sign. So we'll be in the same dilemma.
What dilemma?
What dilemma is that?
Is that Councillor Bradford wants to speak to signs and he's not here.
I'm not suggesting that, sorry, Francis,
okay.
I'm suggesting that on this particular item, Councillor Bradford was holding it on behalf of Councillor Crisante. He's been trying to get on the WebEx because he had to go to his ward to deal with the matter. He's not able to do so. I'm asking you to hold this down.
Yeah, I just conferred with the clerk, and point of fact, Councillor Bradford did not hold this item. The item was held in the chair's name because we had a deputant.
Oh, okay, but I think that...
So Councillor Bradford did not hold this item.
Okay, I thought he had because Councillor Crisante sent a motion in that he was going to move for him.
Is that the motion that Councillor Nunziata just moved?
Is that, was that you moving it or Councillor Bradford?
It was supposed to be Councillor Bradford.
That's what I understood.
I heard.
But just, fair enough, I've heard you.
When we went to the agenda, I heard Bradford was supposed to.
No.
Okay,
No, you're
so
you're
Mr.
not.
Chair, I'm
remembering
asking
incorrect
if
then.
we can hold this down or to allow the councillor to be able to.
Do you want me to go find Councillor Myers too? I could do that. It all gets rather exhausting.
It doesn't matter about finding anybody. I know that Councillor Bradford had an issue and wanted to speak to this. I'm simply asking you because he's now trying to get on the WebEx, he's not able to do so. So I'm asking you to hold this down. We can go through the other items and we can come back.
Sure, as a courtesy.
Yeah.
I would like it noted in the minutes, however, that even though Councillor Bradford hadn't held it, that some members felt it was necessary for him to be present.
And you may also add in the minutes, Mr. Chair, that it was our understanding that he had held it.
It doesn't really matter what your understanding is, he didn't. And I've already made that clear to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. Okay, we now move to PH 7.14, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw, 2075 Lawrence Avenue East, was held by Councillor Thompson. Any questions of staff?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. This particular item has been around for some time, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it has been around
Right.
for about 4 years.
For 4 years. And what has changed from the initial request to date?
So the applicant has made, so nothing about the area has really changed.
Right.
There were some modifications made to the sign application itself with respect to reducing brightness levels and introducing shielding. There was an offer to remove temporary signs, which is sort of outside of the scope of the permanent sign bylaw, but there were some minor changes that were made to the application over time.
In the report, it states that the sign itself is 6 times larger than that which is permitted by our bylaw. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that sign size then would be about, is that 200 feet or so?
Yeah, 20 square meters would be the maximum permitted.
And within the context of that area, are there any similar signs that approximate this to maybe 50%? Are there any signs that reflects that size?
In the immediate area, no, there aren't. They tend to be smaller in these types of areas.
And so in the report, it talks about removing 2 signs or it would be replaced by what is being requested by the applicant. The 2 signs, one is a sign that it seems to have been placed by the owner of the property, which promotes businesses that are actually on site. How would the replacement of that sign be reflected in the request to place a new, I guess, static electronic sign?
So the request for the sign on Lawrence Avenue would be, it would result in the removal of an existing third-party sign, which is actually of a similar size and height to what's been asked, but it's an older technology, as well as a smaller third-party sign. There is an existing first-party sign to identify the businesses. They haven't proposed to remove that.
Oh, okay.
However, the new proposed sign would be very close to that first-party sign and obscure potentially a portion of that from the street.
Right. And in the Scarborough area, are there any signs that are currently in place as large as this particular sign?
There may be some, but not in this same type of area.
Right, so if this were to be approved, it would dramatically transform and or have a dramatic impact in the CR, it's a CR area.
Yes, yes, certainly in this area it would, yes.
Okay, so if this is not approved today and we say no, what is the opportunity for the applicant to move forward? Will they come back to propose a smaller sign facing that is much more in keeping with our bylaw? Is that, would that be the requirement for them to move forward?
Yes, that's available for them. They could request certainly a smaller sign, a sign that's more in keeping with a mixed-use area. And if they needed variances and they worked with us, then we can certainly work with them on that. But, sorry.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So, sorry. So they would be, go back to redesign a sign, and we can certainly work with them on it.
So that would be a new application?
It would be a new application.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions for staff? No? I have a question. So my memory is that there are two doors, if you will, if you want to alter a sign. One door is if you want to make it a little bit bigger or change something about it because of the specific site, you go to the sign variance committee, correct?
Generally for technical matters, technical amendments, yes.
For technical
The sign variance
amendments,
committee would be
okay.
appropriate.
And this applicant hasn't availed themselves of that process because this isn't like a small technical change they're making.
That's right. This is actually asking for a type of sign that would be well beyond what would be permitted.
Okay. And when we developed the sign bylaw, the staff went to considerable lengths to say we should try to have areas that are coherent and fair so that anyone who wants to build a sign in there sort of knows what the landscape is, and we're not just arbitrarily on this property you get that, and on the other property you get 3 times as much, but to try to get coherent and procedurally fair rules in place. Is that?
Yes.
That's what we did? And so the application here doesn't change the rules for everybody, it just changes the rules for this one property.
That's correct.
So that wouldn't be consistent with our idea of procedural fairness to all people who own property in that area. That would be saying this guy gets more.
Well, I mean, they've followed a process. Sorry, I don't want to not answer your question. They have followed the proper process to make this request. It's.
Oh, I know they're within their rights to make, any person can ask, but you've recommended refusal.
Yes.
Yes. And the refusal is because in this district, we just don't allow signs that big.
That's right.
And we want to make sure that the rules are applied evenly and consistently. We don't just give out, spot zonings to people just because they ask for them.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? No, anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move the item. I've had a chance to chat with staff. I've also had a chance to visit the area, and this particular sign, and I think the next one as well, it's much, much, much too large for the area. There are no signs in the area that approximate this size that's being requested. There are a number of things, a number of challenges that I find with this particular sign at this particular location. In fact, the building in question is one of my former campaign locations, and so I'm quite familiar with this location. We have the Taste of Lawrence on this strip of roadway and so on. And I think that in as much as it may work for some, it actually won't work for the community. This is at the intersection essentially of Warden and Lawrence. And it's a highly trafficked, there are thousands and thousands of vehicles who travel this area every day. And I get the rationale and reasons why a large sign for some would be appropriate. I don't think it's in the best interest in the community's interests. I don't believe that it would serve the interests of the BIA, nor would it serve the interests of the people and the businesses. I'm also quite concerned with respect to, and I know that staff had sort of talked a little bit about the placement of there's a sign that is there that is, I know staff have identified as a third-party sign per se, but it's a sign that was put in place when the building itself was put in place. And in fact, the building was a former old post office. And so you have several businesses that are there now, and they have signboard, part of the signboard that's there, they have their signs that's on there. And it's not clear to me how they and their interests would be represented with this larger sign that's 6 times what we would normally allow. And the idea of having a sign permit that is going to be for 10 years versus what we permit of 5 years doesn't seem to reflect what is, I believe, not only our bylaw, but the rationale for having this sign in the community. And I think the conversation and the remarks I'm making here, Mr. Chair, is similar to the remarks for the next sign, and I probably won't speak on that, but I have the same problems and same challenges with this one. If this sign was perhaps much smaller and so on, I probably would have said, would like to move forward. But what is important is that the staff has indicated that there's an opportunity for them to come back with something much more in keeping, and that would be much smaller, which obviously we'd like to take a look at. But I don't support this. I don't believe the community would support it. I don't believe the BIA would support it. And it's just not in keeping with the community as a whole. This sign is much too large for our community. And so I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, anyone else want to speak? I'll just speak quickly. I mean, if this is a former campaign headquarters for Councillor Thompson, maybe it shouldn't have a sign, just a little historical plaque. Okay, all right, so the staff recommendation's been moved. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, do you want to go back to the previous item? Sure. Yep, okay. Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata did move an amendment, which I believe is the one you were, right. Did you want to speak to the item? Well, the rest of us have spoken.
Okay, no, I don't need to speak. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. We're all moving that on behalf of Councillor Crisanti, to be clear.
Okay, so Councillor Nunziata has moved a motion. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on it. All those in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Bradford, those opposed? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks. Okay. That completes that item, which leaves us just the final one, which is 17 or 16?
15.
15. Oh, that's right. Those two we did during agenda clearing. PH 7.15 area specific amendment to the sign bylaw 2378 to 2410 Eglinton Avenue East. Questions of staff? No questions. Councillor Thompson, you held it?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am going to again move the staff recommendation here. The requests on this item is essentially the same as the previous item that we had done, except for it's a different location. This one's on Eglinton Avenue, Eglinton and Kennedy, just in front of Chong Moi. And obviously the crosstown is going to be quite visible going through and so on. But this sign, and I think it's a double one actually on this one, it's two big ones and it's just too large for the area. It is not in keeping with what I think is appropriate in terms of size of signage in this or any other area in my ward. And I think the opportunity, as staff have indicated, for the applicant to come back and to have a serious conversation about something much more in keeping with the wish and the desires for the community. There is no BIA in this area. It's a loose knit group of I would say, coordinated and collaborative businesses in the area at Kennedy and Eglinton. And I don't believe by permitting a sign that is 6 times as large as we allow by our bylaw would be appropriate for this area or any other area in my ward, quite frankly. So for those reasons, I'm going to support the staff recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thompson has moved refusal, which is the staff recommendation. Anyone else wish to speak? No? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Members, that completes our agenda. Thank you so very much for a really productive meeting. Have a great afternoon.